Right. Shall we? Shall we do that thing that we do? Why not? What's the worst that could happen? Bush. How do I... You? Yes, or am I? Come here. So we're gonna attempt to follow this guide again, even though it's like super confusing at some points. That's what you get from just trying to learn stuff from random YouTube videos. You know what I mean? Okay. Whoosh. So, where were we? We have a Mr. Man, and we can move the Mr. Man. How do we move the Mr. Man? I can't remember. It seems so easy on the other ones, but not this one. Where's our room? Room. There we are. And proceed.
Create a script, and scripts can be used to hold functions. So we want to hold the function of get_input.
Pretty sure we've done this bit already.
Now we can have multiple functions per script, but I'm going to name the script this, and I'm going to have just one function in this script. So back at the player, we want to take all of this, so I can click the bottom, click the top, and press Ctrl X to cut it out. Go back to our get input and paste it in.
So we did all this. We were going into the room.
Let's enable a viewport. Go to our viewport 0. We'll enable.
Oh god, didn't work before because
and make it
the which was supposed to be temp, wasn't as temp.
Visible. And our camera properties, as you can see, initially our camera is really large, down to 0. Now the same with the Y, we move as X position.
Looking at this, does any of this make sense to me again? So it was based off of, if you move one way, it's +1. If you move another way, it's -1. So that's the direction that you go on the X or Y axes.
And we can do the same thing for the Y. So let's test that out. And we can do so by up here pressing run or pressing F5.
Run.
And we find our player moves.
So let's do the same, shall we? Oh my god, look at him go. Yeah, sick. Such gameplay. Such gameplay. Beautiful. And then...
So let's add some solid objects that the player can collide with. So right click on sprites, go to create, select sprite, and I'm going to call this S_solid. Go to edit, and let's set it to a red color. And I'm going to change the alpha to a lower value. Select the fill and fill that in. Now you can leave the origin there, but I'm going to change the size once again to 16 by 16.
Why? Oh, I don't know. I just follow what the guy says. So sprite. This is exactly what he said to do, right? There we go. Wall. We've made it. Oh my god, we can make another. Do we want to make another frame? No. Yes. Yes, we do. Oh, such intrigue. Why are the walls moving? I don't know. I need to play this game more. Oh my god, it's horrible. It's horrible. How do we slow you down? What is the speed of the sprites? Where are you? Size? It's not going to be size. That's the size of the pencil. How did I do this last time? I swear last time it was like super easy. Right, it's right here? Yes. Wait, no? 9 slices? So if we did like 15? Is that what I'm trying to go for here? Maybe? 1. Okay, that works. So it's here. Go 5. Is this gonna scrub anything? Hopefully not. But yeah, we've got a wall. And what an interesting wall you are. And we want to make you 16 by 16. It's gonna ruin everything for me, isn't it? Okay, it's something.
Let's close that down. Now we can go and create an object for that solid to represent it in the room. So go to objects, type O_solid, and let's.
Oh yeah, we need to name stuff. What was it? Like collision or something? What do you name it? Solid. Just solid.
Y'all are the absolute best family.
You shush. What are you doing here? So solid, and then we need the object of object solid. Put the solid sprite in the solid object.
Assign that sprite to the object. Great, we can close that down. We don't need to do anything else with that, but we can go to our room. And I'm going to start adding those solid objects here.
So in one of the previous ones, it was basically in the object you give it physics. So, oh, maybe it's just solid. It's not the bouncy ball one, is it?
So let's make a new layer that they can sit on, and I'll just call this collisions. And I'm just going to change the grid for the collisions layer to be 16 by 16. So ensure you're selecting the O solid object, and if you hold down Alt, you can actually start to drop in the object. So what you want to do is place one and then grab it and drag it out. You can drop individual ones around, but it's a bit of a waste of resources to do that when you could just drag these out. So undo that. And we'll just place more here and just build up a wall around the outside that the player can move around in.
Around the outside. Around the outside. So room, another layer. Background, new instance layer. What type of layer was it?
Can drop individual ones. One, you can assign that sprite to the object. And I'm going to start adding those solid objects here. So let's make a new layer that they can sit on, and I'll just call this.
Okay, so it's another instance layer. Collisions. Then we want to make this a different size. Toggle grid. Grid to 16 by 16. We'll grab you, put you somewhere in the center. Then we can, oh, okay. So if we place you and then extend you, you go like that. Okay. Well, I don't want to do that because there's just a waste. How do people usually do it in games? Are you big enough to get out of that? You are quite big anyway. We should probably smallen you up. Object player. Does it matter if, is it the sprite or the object? It'd be the object that I'm changing the size of, surely. Edit image. So we want you to be smaller. To make you 1616. And you're probably like, oh, you're proper goofy now. That doesn't work. Right, 2 seconds. Was herding a very soggy cat. So I guess we could just leave him. Can we edit the size in the room? We like make you smaller. Yes. Okay. So we did a thing. We did what he told us to do.
This collisions. And I'm just going to change the grid for the collisions layer to be 16 by 16. So ensure you're selecting the O solid object. So what you want individual. So undo that. And we'll just place more here and just build up a wall around the outside. The player can move
around the outside.
So let's add some more down here. And just something in the middle there for the player to walk into. We'll have something here as well. And that should do. So if we run the game now, we'll find that we have no way of getting stopped when we touch those solid objects. So the player just goes straight through them.
Yes.
So we need to set up a collision that stops us when we touch them. So back in our workspace, I'm going to go back to our player. So let's set up another event. And this time it's a collision event with the solid object. Now this code will run when we make contact with this solid. So if you remember, we are calculating our movement and we are instantly moving to where we want to go. At no point are we looking to see if we're going to collide with something. We are just moving there. So we might move to a position and then find we're in a wall. And then what will happen is this will run. This collision check will run. And it's in here that we need to then move back to our position that we were in. And maybe we'll move as far as we can to the wall before we run into a collision again.
This feels like this is so different to the bull one. I'm not sure why. Okay, add collision objects solid. Is that it? Is that what you're asking me to do?
So let's make another script and I'm going to call it collision. And what we can do is move that with our player into here. So this script will run when we collide with a solid. And I'm doing that so that you can use this same method in other objects. You create a collision with a solid, you place the collision script reference here, and the collision will just work for that object as well. So what are we going to do in here? What is going to happen in our collision?
Declare a new function.
Well, like I mentioned, we have already moved to where we want to go. So let's go and create some temporary variables. And I'm going to call the first one _tx. And that stands for our target x. So this is where we want to move to. And we'll set it at x because that's where we currently are. Now let's set another variable called target y. And we'll just set it to y. So these are representing where we want to go. So we can comment on this and say these are our target values.
You can comment? I mean, I knew you could, but how? So we want a new script, don't we? New script. Then in player, execute script, collision.
Now that we've captured where we want to go, let's move back to where we were.
So the temporary values. Wait, declare values. Declare temp. We want two of them. First is _tx, and that is x. Then target y, which is y. Also, let's play around with adding notes. How do you add a note? Convert it to GML code. Electors, how's it going? Hello, hello. How is ya? All good. I'm learning, hopefully. I hope some of this is going in. So far, no crashes. I mean, I haven't executed anything yet, but so far, no crashes.
Last step.
Right, how did you do that? How did you write notes?
Target y, and we'll just set it to y. So these are representing where we want to go. So we can comment on this.
Ah, okay. Easy. Fine. Be fine always. I am just playing around in Game Maker Visual Studio, figuring out what it's all about and if I like Game Maker. I should probably play around with loads of different things like Godot and Unreal and maybe Unity, but everyone's saying stay away from Unity at the moment. But I'm just following a tutorial about making a game. So far, this is what I've done. I hope the things I've just done here. Is it going to ruin things? Yeah. Oh, wait, you can't see a thing. So this is my game so far. Yeah, oh my god, it's so beautiful. Oh god. Oh, collision. Collision. You didn't use both of them. What? Go and Unreal? Or Unity? But yeah. What do you use if you play around with stuff? I'm liking the visual window coding thing at the moment. Kind of clicks better than the actual coding. I tried that a while ago, and while I liked it at the time, it was very easy to forget what I was doing. But this seems a lot more intuitive. This looks like a horror game. It does. The spooky wall collisions, crying protagonist. Ah, such intrigue. What's the story? What's going on? I don't know. I need a drink. Don't touch the wall or else it'll crash a game. That's intentional. You can't really see his teardrop though. Shame. Yeah, he's crying. Don't use an engine? Oh, is it called, are these things called something else? Whatever this thing is. A scary maze game. Maybe that's it. All I know is that main character cry, and he has 3 sprites. So yeah, we're getting there. Slow and steady. That's not cool, by the way. What's not cool? What am I doing? We have declared the temporary variables. For better performance. So what do you use? Do you use the calculator or is it Notepad? One of the two. Maybe it's the settings menu. Can you code in settings?
So these are our target values.
Oh yeah, we were writing a comment. It's very simple. You. No, not you. You? Comment. This is a thing. Hello. Cool. It works. And confirm. Frameworks and libraries. Okay, you are a million miles ahead of me. I don't even know what that is. I know what libraries are, but I don't know how frameworks and libraries work. There's me playing around with Windows and just being like, okay, I want a collision. Collision. Look. Then I get collisions. Set instance. Oh, that's color. That's collision. Move and collide. Like, it's just so easy. Well, I say it's easy at the moment. I'm still fumbling along. So do you code games? Like what do you do? What are you good at? Target values. So target X is X, target Y is Y. Why is that? I don't know. You think like a DLC for languages? Games and software. Ooh. Cool. What's your favorite? Did you start as doing one and then slip into the other?
Now that we've captured where we want to go, let's move back to where we were last step. We know we're in a collision now, and we don't want to be.
Mhm.
So let's go and set our current x to be our x previous. An x previous is something that can be used in a collision event or in a draw event, and it will grab the value of what x was in the previous step.
Okay. Makes sense.
So we can do the same for our y, and our y is going to be our y previous.
Okay, so declare a new function when collision. Declare the temporary assign values. Name x value x previous. Started for software. That's my first project. Technically, no. Technically, my first project was like one of these asteroid games that you get from the tutorials from Game Maker. So this would be my third. Oh, and I started a bouncy ball tutorial, but I didn't finish it for some reason. Probably should have, because both of those tutorials were 100% easier than this one. Not your native language. No worries. It's probably me who's just misreading and misunderstanding stuff.
So now we've actually moved out of the collision.
Not bad. Okay, good. A lot of the stuff that I was looking up was referring to Game Maker and how it was just easier for beginners. But other people are saying try Godot. Everyone's saying stay away from Unity. And if you ever want to get into 3D stuff, then try Unreal. You would know only Undertale. Was Undertale done in Game Maker? Did I know that? What other things were done in here? Yes, it was. There was something else. Undertale, yeah. Hotline Miami. That's another one I know. Loop Hero I've played. Risk of Rain. Spelunky. Nuclear Throne I've heard of. So yeah, it's like, I'm hoping a good beginner starter point, but if not, that's fine. We're probably gonna try and finish this tutorial, and there are many different videos, I think, in it. This part of the playlist, I don't know where the playlist is. Is this it? Yeah, 12 videos. So we'll go through that, and then... Oh! Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Every time. Every gosh darn time. But yeah, we'll try this. See if we can get through the tutorial. If not, then we'll try something else. Probably Godot. You're now in family. Yeah! The family hates me and wants me to jump scare every time I get a follow for some reason. My game progress. Yeah. Well, so far we've got movement, we've got walls, and the player object knows to do something when you collide with the walls. It just doesn't know what to do it. So we need to do that. Right. So assigned variables. Also helps if you know how to spell. Assign variable. We want two of them. So the first one is it just X and Y? X and Y, so it'd be X previous, yes. And then Y previous, which is looking at the previous step of that Y. Makes sense, makes sense.
No longer colliding with the object. And if I run this...
Okay, so if colliding... Okay, no, this makes sense. Okay, so if colliding, look at your X and your Y. So make them a temporary variable, call them underscore target x, and then assign variable, no, declare temp. Are temps temp variables, or are they just their own thing? Don't know. Yeah, it makes sense. So then the x at this step, look at the previous value from that step. Does it do anything? Is there anything else we need to do here? Like, do we then assign tx the value of x previous?
Yeah.
Is that it? Or is this exactly what it needs to do?
We'll see that we can no longer collide with these solids.
Oh, okay, easy as that. Right, let's unpack that. Why is this? Add alarm? Wait, what? Stop there. I don't know how I should deal with ads, because they will always play. I can control them a bit. What is it set to at the moment? I don't know why I'm talking. Oh, I should do that thing that other people do, where it's like ad playing, ad playing. Ad finish, thank you. I should play that like a little message that some people do. It's just like ad playing. But yeah, this looks like should work. You, wait, not you. You're not the game. You're the game. Dush. Okay, crying guy is crying and moving around. Dush. Okay, that does not work. Why? I don't know how it works. That's okay, neither do I. You 100% could follow these tutorials better than I could. If you know some basic coding, I guess. Oh, hang on. Is it because... No, it's not. Is it? Is it because I've not aligned them properly? No, it looks fine. Collision, TX. Oh, this is where I'm going to have to do one of these dealies. Okay. So, declare new function. What are you doing? Wait, what? I'm in completely the wrong place here. So where am I supposed to be? Oh, it's because you don't execute the script and then proceed to do the script in object. You're supposed to be doing that in script. So script 4 is supposed to be called collision. And then here is where I add those things. So declare temp. Temps are temporary. Target X is X. Target Y is Y. And then, what was it? Assign variable? Yes, yes. Oh, you're supposed to be there. Assign variable. Assign variable. So we want X to go back to X previous. And then Y. Okay. Makes sense. Nope. Nope. Hopefully, that's it. That's me. Have a visual script or own language or any other language. I don't know any language. I know English, but this is as far as I've got with learning anything. It's just using these little windows. Actually, there was a thing that I could convert to GML code. You're performing a one-way conversion from GML visual to GML code. I should be doing that. Can I? You say it's a one-way thing, but can I just undo? Your native language is Java. My native language is dubious English. But I'm trying to expand my knowledge base in the laziest way possible. So now we've corrected that, so we're not just doing, hey, do this thing, but yeah, okay. We're actually using scripts. So now, will you work? Okay, movement, fine. Collisions, not fine. Okay, something's still wrong. So, player. Mr. Man, where have I gone wrong? Adding collisions.
So back in our workspace, I'm going to go back to our player. So let's set up another event. And this time it's a collision event with the solid object. Now this code will run when we make contact with this solid. So if you remember, we are calculating our
Collision with solid. Is that not what I've done? Collision solid. Yes, yes.
movement, and we are instantly moving to where we want to go. At no point are we looking to see if we're going to collide with something. We are just moving there. So we might move to a position and then find we're in a wall. And then what will happen is this will run. This collision check will run. And it's in here that we need to then move back to our position that we were in. And maybe we'll move as far as we can to the wall before we run into a collision again. So let's make another script, and I'm going to call it.
So every time that you press a direction button, it constantly checks for a collision and then resets you to the X or Y previous. That's not how I thought it would have worked. The walk algorithm is like, if pressed X equals +5? I don't know. This is not following the same sort of logic as the previous ones that I've been following. Because this is my movement. No, calculate movement? Yeah, this is my movement. And at one point, once upon a time, I understood what this meant. Now I'm just like, I have no idea. So you've got declare function, calculate movement. So name is hmove, is the value of left or right. So hmove, left or right. And then if expression, what does that mean again? So this means if hmove is not equal to 0 or vmove is not equal to 0, so if there's a -1 or a +1, then do this thing. Point direction, argument. Okay, and then I'm lost. And then I'm lost. You can make if collections with collision with wall X minus walk speed. See, that makes sense for me, right? No? So if collision with wall X equals minus walk speed. See, I can understand that. I understand this other way, but it's just not how I thought we would have done things. So where are we going wrong? I think it's going to be... So solid object doesn't have anything in. It shouldn't do. In object player, we have if colliding with solid. So if the player is colliding with a solid, execute a collision. Oh, it's because words are different. Collisions are plural. There we go. Every time. It's always something to do with one key that I've not pressed. Don't know if Game Maker, that's how it works. Maybe, there's probably a way of doing it. Because I'm so in the weeds of following this, I'm not sure if that logical way would work, just because we've got other things set up. Not sure. Oh god, it does work. Ah, so why? Why? If I'm pressing right and down, does it not move down? It's because... Oh, you can't see a thing I'm doing. That's good. I'm really good at this. Watch me go. Ooh-wee. Okay, so person is colliding. However, if you walk up against the wall and then you press down and right, you don't, like, go down. Cool. So that's something about the collisions. So if colliding... Oh! So yeah, it just means if you're colliding, if you're going into the thing and like every step it's colliding, then X and Y will be cancelled. So if we were to remove Y? No, I don't want to play around with it, but I think it will make sense. If touch a wall. Yeah, that's how I would have done it, just like if I was playing around. I guess this makes sense as well. Just... I don't know, it's just unintuitive for me. Your way makes more sense. Anyway, let's follow this way. Might learn something. X minus walk speed. Yes. Yes. Don't know. But this guy just has a different way to it.
And what we can do is move that with our player into here.
Sorry,
so
what are we doing?
And I'm going to call it collision.
We did this already.
And I'm doing that so that you can use this in a collision event or in a draw event object. You're just stopped from going any closer.
Oh, he's doing the thing that I just pointed out.
You'll see that we can no longer collide with these solids. And there we go. Now that seems pretty simple, but it's not that simple because it's not a great method.
No.
You can see that I can't slide along. I've actually left a little gap there between us and the wall. Sometimes you'll get a larger gap like that.
Why is that? It's because the steps don't necessarily relate to the pixels?
It just depends on what your speed is as you're approaching. You're not moved close to the object.
You're not, okay, yeah, you're not at the object. So if you're going really fast, it will just detect the last step, X or Y value. So if you're moving really fast, it would have a bigger gap.
You're just stopped from going any closer. So it's not a great solution. You also, if I press 2 keys, I can't slide along the wall. It's kind of clunky. So that's not great. Let's go and improve on it. So how we can improve on it is we can look at our X and see where we are trying to get to compared to where we are and move 1 pixel at a time until we can no longer move. And the same for the Y. We'll look at where we want to go, we'll look at where we are, and we'll move 1 pixel at a time until we can no longer move anymore or we're at our target value. So let's get the distance between our current X and our target X because that's how far we want to move. And I'm going to store it in a temporary variable. And we're going to call it _dis_x. And the value is going to be the difference between X and target X. But it could be a negative value. But what we can do is use a function called ABS, and that will return just a positive number. So if it's a negative number, it'll just give us the positive part. It won't
ABS. Why is that? Why is that a positive number? What does it mean? ABS, let's Google it. What is ABS? Oh, absolute. Okay, it's just absolute. Fair enough.
X. And the value is going to be the difference between X and target X. But it could be a negative value. But what we can do is use a function called ABS, and that will return just a positive number. So if it's a negative number, it'll just give us the positive part. There won't be any sign associated with it. So we can just have the target X minus X.
So the absolute target X minus X. Why?
So that's our distance we want to move in the X. Let's add also the distance we want to move for the Y. And that'll be the same thing. It'll be the ABS of our target Y minus our Y. So now that we know how far we want to move in our X and our Y, we can use a repeat to move a pixel at a time, testing if we're in a collision at each pixel.
Does it repeat a loop? If you make our character move in the opposite direction when he touches the wall, he will not be able to pass through the wall. Yes, because he just stops. You just reduce the walking speed. But this one, like it does, it goes through the wall like a bit and then goes back, right?
So we can just repeat this distance X.
We are going a bit fast. It's my tiny brain.
Times. So if our distance is 5, we want to repeat this 5 times for each pixel to ensure that we can move as close as we can to the wall. So what we can do is just use our object at place test, drag it to the right side, and we want to look for our solid object. And we want to move just 1 pixel, but it could be a -1. We could be moving to the left, or we could be moving to the right. So we need to ensure we're testing in the right direction. And we can use
Works in your projects. I'll follow what this guy's doing on this one, just so I can get more experience with what the hell goes on with the toolbox and all those sequences. I don't even know what these blocks are called. What are they called? Just toolbox? I don't know. Whatever these are called, that you can just drag and drop. The windows, the fancy game maker name for them. Yeah, it is simple. Maybe there's a reason why we're doing it this way though. Maybe later on it'll make more sense. I don't know. We'll find out.
Use another function to work out which way we're going. So if we do the sine of our target X minus our X, this will return either 1 or -1 depending if our target X is on the left or our target X is on the right. Now I need to ensure we tick relative so that it'll add it onto our X. Our Y is going to be relative at 0. And we're looking for not a collision. If we're not in a collision...
Okay, I'm completely lost now. Maybe I should learn the lingo. Woody RPG games. Nice. How many games do you think you've made in your lifetime? Like, to a point where it's almost playable. You know what? Adding collision. I think we just have to follow this, hopefully understand it along the way. But I might have to go back to the bouncy ball tutorial. It was a bit more my speed. Right. So declare temp. Wait, what? So declare a new temp. Temporary value distance of the x. Absolute. Wait. No, wait. What have I done? Tx minus x. Wait, something's wrong. I've done something wrong. Oh, oh no! Undo everything. I've goofed. Wrong place. I'm assigning variable. There we go. Should be declaring temp. Right, okay. So dis x absolute target x minus x. Then same again. I really put A and S. I did. Okay. Y. And then repeat this. Oh my god, why is everything slowing down? PC, are you okay? Do you want to talk about it? What's going on? Oh, he's probably fine. I think we're fine. So then repeat. Repeat distance x. Yeah, it was at this if object at place and wait. And then assigning. Like, I don't know what any of that means. Really should look it up. Solid.
Collision, well then we can move this single pixel. So we'll just take a copy of that. And if we are not in a collision, well then we want to move our x. So our x becomes either 1 or -1 relative. So we're adding or we're subtracting 1 to our x if we're not in a collision, and we're repeating that.
Finish this section, see if it makes more sense.
Now we want to do the same thing for the y. So I'm going to take a copy of this and paste it, and then we're going to change this for y. So this is going to be our distance y. This is going to be our target y minus y. And we'll just cut that out and ensure that we place 0 there and paste it down here because we are moving in the y. And here, this is our y, and this is target y minus y. So if we want to just put a comment here, we can say that we want to move as far as we can in X, and here we want to move as far as we can in Y. So now let's test that out. Press play. And there we go. So now we can slide along the walls, and we also find that we are directly next to the object.
So what about this allows you to slide across the walls? Come on, break through it. We've got this. Let's just
And we want to move just one.
let's just copy it.
But it could be a minus.
Don't think about it too much.
We could be moving to the left, or we could be moving to the right. So we need to ensure we're testing in the right direction. And we can use another function to work out which way we're going.
You keep this up and you'll become an actual game dev and need a new career. What, you mean after I've become a game dev? I'm like, yeah, I'm a game dev. Well, I need a career change. Get away from this game deving. How's it going, Invalid? We good? I am liking this. I'm hating it in equal parts. I don't think my brain at the moment is at this level. It's just too many things. Like sign. What is sign? What is a sign? What is sign? This function returns whether a number is positive, negative, or neither, and returns 1, -1, or 0, respectively. For example, sign 458 will return 1 Oh, that's easy. See, it helps if you do the tiniest bit of research. So sign gives you -1, 0, or 1. So makes sense. I know what sign means now, at least. Game dev badge. Yay! Do 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 do. Just busy explaining to people you're not going to spend 4+ hours writing a custom deployment system to install spyware on a Mac because some asshole can't trust their receptionist not to look at YouTube on their work computer despite them having a cell phone. Wait, what? Can you give us a sign? Sign true. That would be funny. Can you give us a sign? -1. So yeah. Oh yeah, we have the same thing at work. So when we were at work, it was like, everyone just stay off your phones. Like, don't go on your phones. Don't be looking at stuff you shouldn't be on your work computer. And then everyone goes home during the lockdown. And it's like, okay, everyone just do whatever you want, I suppose. We can't stop you. Customer wants you to push spyware. That's... Surely there's other ways, right? Surely there's simpler ways. There must be a button. There must be a single button you could click. Isn't this what, like... I'm... As you can see, I'm not, like, technologically literate, but isn't that what, like, proxies are? Can't you just ban certain websites? You can watch YouTube on that. Yeah. So that's why you need to put spyware on her personal cell phone. Got it. Hey, Maria, how's it going? I'm very well, thank you. I'm learning. This is a learning experience. Learning how to make a game through Windows and I don't know what you would call these nodes. What's the fancy word for this? It's visual scripting. It's for when people prefer to have picture books as opposed to just normal writing books. I didn't mean to, like, badmouth anyone who uses visual scripting, but that's where I am. If you ever did that, Max loved to tattle on employers who do that. What? Well, it's like, hey, John, You know your boss Stanley? Yeah, he's put on some spyware and some ransomware and a keyboard tracker. So yeah, be cautious. Also, he's tapped into your cell phone. Right. We are done with this tutorial for the time being. But yeah, we'll finish it first. But we're done with this. I can't. I need to finish the ball one first. I understand bouncy balls. I understand physics. I don't understand what they're doing in this. But I do know what sign means now. If object at place, then target x minus x. How does that work if... Wait, maths. So target x is the place you're going to. You back it off. But the sign makes it a single value, or it just makes it like one. Whoa!
Because the ads came on.
What? What? I've got even jump scaries. Thank you so much. Hey, Penguin. I love you. Appreciate you and your fine face. Ah, yeah, damn ads. Ads were tormenting me so much. I actually got turbo. Just because it was so annoying. Just let me watch people. But yeah, sorry about the ads. I thought it would make sense to have... I don't know. Ad break is over. Wait a second. I could probably bring up something that tells me when ads are gonna run. Right? Marie, you were trying out game development yourself? How long ago was this? Is that something recent? Cool. How far did you get? Did you release anything? Oh my god. Are you the FNAF guy? Are you the guy that invented Five Nights at Freddy's? I knew it. It's because you love jump scares so much. Have a notice that hits when ads are going to run. Yes. That's what I should do. Should I do it now? Maybe. You made... Is that why you don't want to play it? Because you know how scary it is, because you made it. Anyone who's ever played Outlast, the biggest jump scare I've ever had in my entire life was from that game. And I think it may have been like within the first 5 minutes. But yeah, I was pissing myself. I was like, oh god, this game does not pull its punches. Come on, Twitch. What's the thing? What's the thing? What do I want from you? I want Twitch to tell me... Wait a second. Thought I already did this. Maybe I didn't. No, I didn't. He's just rambling. What's he doing? I don't know. He's not sharing his screen. I know. Oh, you're good. Can I pop you out? No, you don't tell me when the ads are running. What do I want? Stream manager. Ads manager? Bush. Ah! Is that it? Have I done it? Can I just pop you out? Also, I hate Streamlabs because I can't put more than one browser source. So I can't have, like, Twitch in one section, YouTube in one section, and then something completely different in a different section. Silly old Streamlabs. I thought you loved to steal good ideas. Snooze? I can snooze. Dush. Right, ads are snoozed. I don't know, pass. Anyway, what am I doing? I'm struggling to follow this walkthrough, is what I'm doing. solid, sine, tx. True, too many words.
So if we do the sine of our target x minus our x, this will return either 1 or minus 1, depending if our target x is on the left or our target x is on the right. Now I need to ensure we tick relative so that it'll add it onto our x. Our y is going to be relative at 0. And we're looking for not a collision. If we're not in a collision, well, then we can move this single pixel. So we'll just take a copy of that.
So that is what's allowing us to move on the y-axis when we are moving to the right. So when we're approaching x1. Okay.
And if we are not in a collision, well, then we want to move our x. So our x becomes either 1 or minus 1, relative.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move on to the baby tutorials. So you, not, yes, assign variable. X. Yeah, just X. Sine TX.
So we're adding or we're subtracting 1 to our x if we're not in a collision, and we're repeating that however many times we're trying to move. Now we want to do the same thing for the y.
Yeah, I know how to copy and paste. That's what you want me to do. Happy to do that. I hope. Is it that? That. Dush. Ha ha ha. And do we put it under here? Yes. Then change all the x values to y. No. Wait, you should just be x. Wait. Target y minus y. Y. And my brain is dead. Oh, enjoy Elden Ring! If you've just got it, enjoy your massive adventure you're going to embark on. It's going to get very frustrating, but so good. If I have any advice for playing Elden Ring, it's don't try and 100% it on your first run. You will be there for years. That's why I never finished it. Just gotta look at every single cave. Oh my god. This cave's leading to another cave system. Gotta explore.
So I'm going to take a copy of this and paste it. This is because we are moving target. So if we want to just put a comment here, we can say that.
No comments. No comments. Does it play now? Should do. If I've followed correctly. Here is Person Face. Look, it's a sick man. But he is smaller than usual. It's annoying because you can't see him cry. Oh my god, let's make the background. Wait, let's check the collision first. Dush. Collision. Okay, well that didn't work. I've missed something.
We want to move as far as we can in X, and here we want to move as far as we can in Y. So now let's test that out. Press play.
It's because I just haven't changed some of these. Naughty X's, you should be wise. So I think there's supposed to be a gap between you two. Maybe not. No. No. No? So that, hopefully, should have been it. And then if this works, which it does not, oh, okay. Variable unknown, dis, not set before reading it. What have I done? What have I done? Dis y, dis y. Okay, let's just follow along again. So repeat if object at place. Okay. Tx minus x relative not true. Oh, there is supposed to be gas, is there?
So if we want to just put a comment here.
So I did that, a little bit of you. Will you work now? Is that just syntax error? Movement still works, and no. Literally my favorite noise in the world. Maybe it's something. Or
X become.
so. Wait, why have I put in temp? What am I doing? Am I drunk? You don't put in temp underscore, which means temp. Try that. Sort your life out. Variable unknown object. Not set before reading it. So, collisions? Somewhere in the collisions. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Wow 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 wow.
Just stopped from going any closer. So it's not a great solution. You also, if I press two keys,
I love it when people tell you how to do the wrong thing first, and then tell you how to do it right.
Not great. Let's go and improve on it. So how we can improve on it?
Declare temp tx site variable. It's previous.
Is we can look at our x and see where we are trying to get to compared to where we are, and move one pixel at a time until we can no longer move. And the same for the y. We'll look at where we want to go, we'll look at where we are, and we'll move one pixel at a time until we can no longer move anymore, or we're at our target value. So let's get the distance between our current x and our target x, because that's how far we want to move. And I'm going to store it in a temporary variable. I'm going to call it _dis_x. And the value is going to be the difference between x and target x. But it could be a negative value. But what we can do is use a function called ABS, and that will return just a positive number. So if it's a negative number, it'll just give us the positive part. There won't be any sign associated with it. So we can just have the target x minus x. So that's our distance we want to move in the x. Let's add also the distance we want to move for the y. And that'll be the same thing. It'll be the ABS of our target y minus our y. So now that we know how far we want to move in our x and our y, we can use a repeat to move a pixel at a time, testing if we're in a collision at each pixel. So we can just repeat this distance x times. So if our distance is 5, we want to repeat this 5 times for each pixel.
Distance x times. So you. Oh, okay. So you're looking at how many pixels in between the object, or the player object, and the wall. You're seeing that it's 5, and then you're moving 5 times towards the gap.
To ensure that we can move as close as we can to the wall. So what we can do is just use our object at place test, drag it to the right side, and we want to look for our solid object. And we want to move just 1 pixel, but it could be a -1. We could be moving to the left, or we could be moving to the right. So we need to ensure we're testing in the right direction. And we can use another function to work out which way we're going. So if we do the sign of our target x minus our x, this will return either 1 or -1, depending if our target x is on the left or our target x is on the right. Now I need to ensure we tick relative, so that it'll add it onto our x. Our y is going to be relative at 0, and we're looking for not a collision. If we're not in a collision, well then we can move this single pixel. So let's take a copy of that. And if we are not in a collision, well then we want to move our x. So our x becomes either 1 or -1 relative. So we're adding or we're subtracting 1 to our x if we're not in a collision, and we're repeating that however many times we're trying to move.
Okay. Object. Solid. Sign. Temporary x minus x. Both relative, not true.
Now we want to do the same thing for the y. So I'm going to take a copy of this.
Maybe
and
it's
paste it,
this where I'm going
and then we're
wrong.
going to change this for y. So this is going to be our distance y. This is going to be our target y minus y.
Distance
and
y.
just cut that out and ensure that we place a 0 there and paste it down here because we are moving in the y. And here, this is our y, and this is target y minus y. So if we want to just put a comment here, we can say that we want to move
minus
as
y, is
far
that not what
minus
I've just
0
done?
there, our distance y. This is going to be our target y minus y. And we'll just cut that out and ensure that we place a 0 there and paste it down here because we are moving in the y. And here, this is our y, and this is target y minus y. So if we want to just put a comment here, we can say that we want to move as far as we can in x, and here we want to move as far as we can in y. So now let's test that out. Let's play.
It's going to be something ridiculously simple that I'm just overlooking. Okay, well, technically, it works because we can move, but also the collision doesn't work yet. So let's test it. So does Y work? Y does not work. What about X? Took me like 20 minutes to solve one of the previous ones. Turned out I had just not put an underscore somewhere. Okay, it's not working on both. So is it having an issue with sign? I need more monitors to sign. Wait, does anything down here help me? So this may be something. What could be wrong? What am I missing?
And there we go. So now we can slide on the walls. So now let's test that out. Press play.
I'm gonna comb through every single line. Oh, it's because sign. Oh, guess what? It was the fact that target X was an attempt because it didn't have the underscore. Oh, same with down here. When in doubt, it's always the underscore that's wrong. Cool, that should be it. How did I not guess that to begin with? And success. Icon has genius now. I can have genius. Oh my god. Oh my god. Finally, I can actually follow stuff. That's right. Yeah, look at him go. Now, before we do go back to the balls, I'm going to try something. I'm going to try something without the tutorial. Mm-hmm. I'm going to do something where the player... Oh god, it's in this weird, like, formula that I don't quite understand. So if outside, there's like an outside thing, right? If outside room, variable stop. What happens if he just dies when he leaves? I could wrap. Should we wrap? Maybe we should wrap. Wrap we could do. Margin, I don't know, does that work? Does that work? Have I yoinked something from the memory banks? Or is this just gonna crash? Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at that wrapping. Yum, yum, yum. Okay, so kind of really it wraps. That ever wrapped this very minimalistic room. Scoop-a-doop-a-doo, scoop-a-doop-a-doo. I was gonna do something. That is one confident walk. Thank you. That's exactly the kind of tone I was going for. But we can't see his tears. So maybe we need to go into background and then color it somehow. No sprites. Open editor. New sprite. Sprite background. And then this can just be auto-filled. Grey? What's like the perfect grey? Maybe maybe this one. Right, fill. Dush. Done. So now you need to be in sprites. We go to room. Okay, so you are that. How would one easily just autofill that sprite into that room? I guess I could make it the same resolution. That seems unnecessary. Just spread it. Oh wait, can I do exactly that? So do I need to make the sprite itself the size of the room? What's the difference between edit image and edit sprite? What are we on? Wait, what? What size are we? Okay, yeah, 1080 720. Does that work? No. What happens if I remove you? How do I remove you? How do I move you? How do I do literally anything to you? Are you in the wrong zone? See, this is what happens when you try and go off-piste. What? What? Come on, there's got to be an easy way for this. Locks background? Okay. Boxes. Good. Color. Color tint, colorize. I have gone down a rabbit hole. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. Just want to see his tears. Why is that so difficult? I mean, that works. Yeah, I think maybe just try and undo everything I've done. That'll do. Back at it. Just reread your message. That is some one good message. Wait, what? What, on screen? Did it just show your message again? Cool, you're welcome. Did that intentionally. Can can pin. I don't know how to, but I'm gonna pin that message. I don't know how to do it. I know there's a way of doing it. Maybe I should be on here. What about that is some one confident walk? I understood it. Yeah. Woo. Say what? Say what? Scooby doo 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 doo. Scott Dadwee. It's nonsense. I understood it. I understand nonsense. Oh god, everything's everything's the wrong size now. No. Please undo. Oh, I've goofed. I've goofed. Okay, room, you need to be the right size. I think we've well and truly ruined this. What happens if we play? Anything happen? Doesn't even want to play now. Play. Or just don't. Okay, so I think we've broken this game by just trying to add a background when we haven't been told how to make a background yet. Okay, well, there we go. Let's just look at Crying Man for a bit. He's so gorgeous. So gorgeous. Right. We are going to have a recess. I'm going to pop to the loo, grab a drink, and we're going to go back to playing around with balls. I love balls. See if I can bring up balls again. Balls. Balls to the walls. Okay. Now we need to actually find the tutorial. Balls? I don't think it was called balls. Bouncing balls. Yes? No? Yes? Oh, it was this. Balls or break.
Greetings and welcome. My name's Aaron Craig, and today we're going to be creating an awesome little game called Bounce or
Bounce or
control
balls.
things like
Right,
grab
okay.
X and grab
Yeah,
Y.
I'm going to
In this-
BRB, grab a drink, and I'll see you in a second. Oh, hey, it's me again. What are we doing? What are we doing? We are doing a thing. We're playing a game. No, we're not. We're doing the opposite. We're making a game. Where am I? There he is. Okay. Everyone focused? Everyone paying attention? Good.
this case, we're going to set gravity Y to 125. So it's going to be pulling down with that much force. If you
Okay,
have
so we
things
need
that
to
are heavier
find
or
out where we were.
light- I'm going to close the physics tab here.
See, this guy
We're gonna scroll
uses
down.
physics. I
And for-
understand physics. The real game was the etceteras that we found along the way.
Wall, we need to do this same kind of thing, but it's going to be a little different because this wall in our world and the point objects, we don't actually want to fall down as the game is being played. They need to stay in one spot. So there's a trick for that. I'm going to click on Uses Physics, open the Physics tab, and I'm going to set the density to 0. This makes it infinitely dense, which just means it is not going to move.
There you go,
ever.
so that's
Nothing can ever make this thing move when
infinitely
colliding with it. Now we have controls to move it, which we'll do.
It's me.
But if you want something to just stay there but still be able to be interacted with, setting the density to 0 is what you need to do. Now let's go through and alter the properties here. For restitution, let's put this to 0.75
We have done this
so
before.
that when the ball hits it, it gives it some of its bounciness. And we'll change the friction to 0 because we don't want the ball to actually slow down at all when it hits this wall. And lastly, let's take a look at the collision shape. We saw before that it chooses box by default, and in this case, it's itself. So to 125. So exactly where it is. So let's go ahead and we're going to change the target from GX Games to test, and I'm going to press play. And we'll be able to see the physics engine working immediately right here. And there we go. The very first test of...
So let's try that. Game. Play. Gameplay. Why are you not showing? There we go. So bush. So dush. Ah, such physics. But then every time I touch it, they always go down because that's the direction I'm facing. So that does make sense. I don't like it, but it's what we've got.
the physics engine in GameMaker. And you can start to see that with no code and just setting a couple of numbers,
That's
you
what
can
I
actually
like.
get a game up and going. Now, we want to actually turn this into a game that we can play. So let's go ahead and start adding some objects and some code into them to be able to control them. So let's jump back over to our workspace, click on objects, and then I'm going to click on the plus icon, and I'm going to click objects, and I'm going to type the number 6 because we need 6 more objects
We
here
did
for
that,
the rest
right?
of the project. Let's go ahead and
Like
make them right now.
objects,
Click on create,
convex shapes.
and now we have all of them that we need right here. And we'll go ahead and close this out. Object 5, I'll double click on, and this one is going to be called O Diamond. And then we'll drag the SPR Diamond onto it. And for this one, we need to click Uses Physics, change the physics to 0, and the restitution
we did
to
this bit.
0.5. And for this one, let's go to the collision shape. Now, a diamond is just a box
Whoa.
turned. But GameMaker doesn't know that, and this box is not... It doesn't have any way to turn like this. So instead of a box or a circle, we're actually going to click on convex shape. Take a look at this graphic here, and you'll see the difference between a convex and a concave shape, which you'll be tempted to create as you start making physics games. A convex shape for GameMaker can have up to 8 points, and all of those points have to be going outward. In a concave
Man.
shape, some
Yeah,
of those
when you really think about it, isn't life just convexed but put together? Makes you think.
bend in kind of like a Pac-Man. And GameMaker does not natively support a concave shape. In another part to this series, I'll show you how you can use concave shapes in GameMaker without too much hassle. So, we are going...
How would you do that? Firstly, if it's not native in GameMaker, does that mean that it's native in other engines? And also, how would I think of doing it? Can you assign 2 convexed boxes to a single image? So if it's curved, you just put the convexed like in between. Like with Pac-Man's mouth, you just like Just put your hands in his mouth. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
To actually add these points manually. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in, and I'm going to click on the top of the diamond, and you just get it kind of lined up.
Did this bit.
We're going to change the density to 0.
So why don't I have a diamond? I do have a diamond. Have I done the diamond correctly? Can I have a look at your collision? So I've not done you correctly. Automatic. Rectangle. Wait, is it the sprite? No, the sprite doesn't have the collision. It's the object. This is why you shouldn't skip tutorials and you should finish them.
0. Restitution makes a... We are going to actually add these points in convex shape. Take a look at this graphic here and you'll see this, and then we'll drag the SPR diamond.
Okay, so we need to make the diamond object. Yes. Diamond. Invalid name already in use. So object diamond names must be unique. So where's object diamond? Excuse me? Where? Your sprite 6, you got nothing to do with diamonds. Object. Oh, oh. So we have done this bit before. The smart thing would be to go back and to do the entire tutorial again. Or not.
For this one, we need to click Uses Physics, change the physics to 0, and the restitution to 0.5. And for this one, let's go to the collision shape. Now, a diamond is just a box turned, but Game Maker doesn't know that, and this box is not, it doesn't have any way to turn like this. So instead of a box or a circle, we're actually going to click on convex shape. Take a look at this graphic here, and you'll see the difference between a convex and a concave shape, which you'll be tempted to 5. And for
we got those settings correct. Yes.
this one, let's go to the collision shape. Now, a diamond is just a box turned, but Game Maker doesn't know that, and this box
Oh, I've already done you. Okay, that's fine.
is not a convex making, and all some of those points supply you can. We are going to actually add these points manually. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in, line, and see that it go ahead and let's go ahead and name this one O square, and we're going to drag the square shape onto it. Click Uses Physics. Click on the Physics tab. We're going to change the density to 0, restitution to 0.5, and it uses box by default, so the square is all set. Let's close that. Last point that we're going to have is going to be the triangle. So we'll call this O triangle. Drag this onto here. It uses physics, and we have to set the density to 0 and the restitution to 0.5. We need to modify this collision
Parent and child
because a triangle is not a box or a circle.
Is it in this one?
So we're going to click on convex shape, zoom in, and we can start these points anywhere that we want, but we're going to click right here, here, and here, and it makes that triangle for us. So that's the really nice thing about making these custom shapes. It really is
I'm
pretty simple. Let's go ahead and close this out. And that's all the points that we're going to need. The last object that we're going to use, we'll go ahead and name it right now, is going to be called O point parent. And we're going to talk about parents and inheritance because we want to have multiple point objects inside of this game, but we don't want to have to repeat our code over and over. So we're going to put nearly all of our code inside of this one point parent object, and we'll give that code to all of its children, and it'll be really quick and easy. So first up, let's go ahead and get the ability to aim and shoot and create a ball up and running. So let's click on O controller, and we're going to add a step event. To follow along in GML, look to your left to follow
the majority of this.
The other events, the very first one, outside of room. For this, all we need to do, and that is going to make it look and by 720. The viewport properties are going to be 480 by 720. And once we've done that, our camera and our room are all set up the way we need them to be. So let's go back and click on instances, and let's drag our wall in here, and let's drag our arrow and put it right here for now. And let's click F5 to run our game. And now our arrow, we can actually click, and there's our ball, and it moves,
but it doesn't delete itself
just the way we want. To make this a little cooler, to be able to actually shoot multiple balls at once, we need this ball to be destroyed when it leaves the room. But first, let's get this arrow lined up. So let's click on the arrow, and if you try to move it, you'll notice that it snaps to the grid. Well, if you hold the control key, you can undo that snapping for the object.
You're kidding me. Literal magic. How do I center you? Is there a way of just centering you? Center fit? No. Object. You center yourself. And you are sure to win. Is there a way of doing that? Could eyeball it. I don't know. There's good.
You're moving, and let's drag the arrow so that it's right here. The base of it is right there at the tippy top, and that is going to make it look and feel much, much better. Then let's click on O ball, and let's add a new event. And this event will trigger when the ball is outside of the room and destroy it. As simple as that. It's under the other events, the very first one,
destroy instance.
Outside of room. For this, all we need to do is destroy the instance with the function instance destroy. And now we can test this.
Oh, outside room. Oh, I did this already. Destroy instance. We not loading? What's going on? What's going on? Play. Yes. Push. Oh, it doesn't do it. It doesn't do it. Why does it not do it? We had this issue last time. Because the ball's already outside the room. Is that it? Just go to the room. Is it because the ball's here? Can I delete this? Does it need to be... Oh, you didn't see any of that. But there was a ball already in the room here. Just on the outskirts. Is that important though? Should it have been there? No. So what's wrong? Why are you doing that? Object controller. Global left pressed. Object ball. Create instance ball relative to the controller. Layer in instances. And the target is ball. Oh. I don't get it. I don't know why having it destroy itself if it's outside of the room doesn't let me fire. Oh. Ugh. It's not letting me do anything now. Oh, it's because the ball's not in the room? So now I've put the ball in the room. Will you work? Okay, so we're back at it. However, still doesn't help us with why destroying the ball outside doesn't let me shoot. Oh, is it because it's spawning it outside of the room in the first place because of the position of the controller? So I shift you down. What about now? Are you technically spawning outside the room? Yes. Oh my, wait, no. No, I haven't done the destroy outside. So object ball. Create. Outside of room. Destroy instance. Play. Do 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 do. Scooby dooby dooby ba ba. Cha cha. Oh yeah. Uh-huh. I'm just gonna check on something real quick first. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. No, still not working. But why? I'm not following what he just told me to do. Ball, outside room, die. You just die.
And let's add a new event. And this event will trigger when the ball is outside of the room and destroy it. As simple as that. It's under the other events, the very first one, outside of room. For this, all we need to do is destroy the instance with the function instance destroy.
Expression self. See, it should just destroy itself. Is this where I got stuck? This is where I got stuck last time.
And now we can test this out. Let's run our game one more time. And if we shoot the ball, we can shoot it as soon as it leaves. And now you can see we can kind of shoot the ball wherever we want on this, and it will bounce wonderfully. Okay, now that we've got that working,
Well,
let's
there
go
must be
ahead
something that I'm missing about the shooting then. Because... yeah, you're ball firing. Okay.
And next up, we're going to use the global left pressed event to spawn the ball and shoot it out where it's supposed to go. So let's go to add event. It's going to be under mouse, all the way at the bottom, global and global left pressed. There's a lot going on here, so let's break it down line by line. The first thing we're doing is checking that no other ball exists. And if that's true, we're then going to create a new ball object right at the arrow. We're going to save that, shoot it out where it's supposed to go. So let's go to add event.
Yeah.
It's going to be under mouse, all the way at the bottom, global and global left pressed. There's a lot going on here, so let's break it down line by line. The first thing we're doing is checking that no other ball exists. And if that's true,
If no other ball exists,
we're then going to create a new ball object right
Wait,
at the arrow.
am I just not understanding English? Isn't that the opposite of what we want? So if there's already a ball that exists, you don't want to spawn another ball. No?
We're going to create a line. The first thing we're doing is checking that no other ball exists. And if that's true, we're then going to create a new ball object right at the arrow. We're going to save that in a temporary variable called ball. Then we're going to get
yes. So on the left-hand side here, if instant exists ball, then false. So that should be object ball not. There we go. So they've not done the visual scripting correctly. There we go. See, that works. Solved. Mystery solved. Oh, probably can't see anything. There we go.
Point direction, so where we want this ball to actually be flying towards with the function point direction. Then we're going to create a couple of local variables called xforce on the arrow. We got that working. Let's go ahead.
Check the destroy instance. Yep, so it would destroy it.
And tackle the points and getting
How
them
long
moving
ago was this
up
made?
the screen.
7 months. I wonder if anyone else picked that up. Don't know. Probably doesn't matter.
Screen as we play. And this is going to be simpler than it seems because we're going to use that parent object we created. So let's jump over to point parent. And a parent is a way for us to share code among objects and be able to use other functions inside of GameMaker to be able to find all of those children whenever we want to. We're going to use this functionality and it's going to save us so much time and energy. And this system is great for anything like multiple groups of enemies or multiple objects in your game that can be interacted with.
So what's the difference between a parent object and a script?
Anything along those lines. So this will save you time down the road if you learn it and master it now. In our point parent, let's go ahead and start with the create event. Let's add it here. So we're going to set points equal to 2 plus our score divided by 10 so that it changes over the course of the game. And finally, so that it's a nice round number, we're going to use the function round on the variable points. Next, let's add the step event. Add event, step. For this event, we're going to always be asking the question, has the player lost by one of the point objects getting too high in the level? So we're going to check if the y of any point object is less than 90, which is just above the border of our game. And if it is, we're going to show the message game over. We're going to reset the score to 0, and we're going to restart the game with the function game restart. Next, let's go ahead and add a draw event of the point right now.
Point parent, let's go. Where is he? So add, what was this?
Parent. Let's go ahead and start with the create event. Let's add it here. So we're going to set points equal to 2 plus our score divided by 10 so that it changes over the course.
So assign variable. Name, points, value 2.
Of the game. And finally, so that it's a nice round number,
I don't understand this bit. So the name of the assigned value is points twice?
we're going to use the function round on the variable points. Next, let's add the step. Set points equal to 2 plus our score divided by 10 so that it changes over the course of the game. And finally, so that it's a nice round number, we're going to use the function round on the variable points. Next, let's add the step event. Add event, step. For this event, we're going to always be asking the question, has the player lost by one of the point objects getting too high in the level? So we're going to check if the y of...
Okay, so the point parent, so all of the object, the shapes that we've got there are tied to the point parent. So if the point parent, which links to the shapes, is above a certain y value, then restart the game.
Any point object is less than 90, which is just above the border of our game. And if it is, we're going to show...
I don't know where 90 is though. What's... How big are the shapes we've made? Show message. You done goofed up. Assign variable points to 0.
With a message game
Score
over
to 0.
We're going to reset
points. Yes. score to 0.
The score to 0, and we're going to restart the game with the function GameRestart. Next, let's go ahead and add a draw event. This one's not draw GUI, it's just the draw. And anytime we add the draw event, we also have to add the draw self, otherwise the object doesn't even draw its own sprite.
Right. Because there's no action that I'm taking to spawn the... There's no action that I'm making to spawn the shapes, unlike the ball. So when I left click, that's the trigger that spawns the ball. But if they're just doing it themselves, then they need to draw themselves. And stop being lazy. Point parent draw. Create instance, draw self.
We'll add the draw self event.
Draw self.
First, so we don't forget it. Then we're going to take care of coloring and setting the text for when we actually draw it at the end. So we're going to set the color to black, the horizontal or H alignment to center, the vertical or V align to middle, and finally we're going to draw the text from this object at its X and Y, and we're going to draw points, the text value. And lastly, what we're going to do is add a...
Oh. So you're not... This isn't about spawning... I thought we already had a score. Or was that the other one that I'm thinking of? In your own time, it's okay. No rush. Seriously, why are you not spawning? Game, what's going on? Oh, okay. You can't compile because you haven't... Okay. So, are these supposed to be in... quotes? Yes? Yes? Okay, yeah, any messages should be in quotes. Good. It already has a score. What are you talking about? What am I missing? Okay, so you can go. So what are we drawing exactly, sir? You said we're drawing the sprite. Draw points.
Next, let's go ahead and add a draw event. This one's not draw GUI, it's just the draw. And anytime we add the draw event, we also have to add the draw self, otherwise the object doesn't even draw its own sprite. So we'll add the draw self event first so we don't forget it. Then we're going to take care of coloring and setting the text for when we actually draw it at the end.
Oh, is it because the objects themselves will have text?
So we're going to set the color to black, the horizontal or H alignment to center, the vertical or V align to middle, and finally we're going to draw the text from this object at its X and Y, and we're going to draw points, the text value. And
so
lastly,
that means that we can assign different points to each object and have their own object have different points. That'll be done in each individual object, I assume.
What we're going to do is add a collision event with the ball. So let's go to add event, and it's going to be collision objects with the ball object.
enter room. There we go. How do I make you normal size again? Shh. So also there'll be something that moves the objects up as well. Scooba-dooba-doo, scabba-dabba-doo. Scooba-dooba-doo, scabba-dee, scabba-doo, skidoo-boo-doo. I miss my crying man. I want him back.
In the collision, we're going to subtract 1 from points because there's been a hit. Then we're going to play the sound effect bounce, and we're going to play it at only a quarter of its initial volume.
Let's go back here.
And check if the Y of any point object is less than 90, which is just above the border of our game. And if it is, we're going to show the message
border of the game,
over.
because I haven't put in the borders. It's just somewhere in there.
We're going to reset the score to 0, and we're going to restart the game with the function GameRestart. Next, let's go ahead and add a draw event. This one's not draw GUI, it's just the draw. And anytime we add the draw event, we also have to add the draw self, otherwise the object doesn't even draw its own sprite. So we'll add the draw self event first so we don't forget it. Then we're going to take care of coloring and setting the text for when we actually draw it at the end. So we're going to set the color to black, the horizontal or H alignment to center, the vertical or V align to middle, and finally we're going to draw the text from this object at its X and Y, and we're going to draw points.
How do you know where the center of the... 2 seconds. So it's just the center of the collision box? Maybe?
Text value. And Y,
so
and we're
draw value is points.
going to draw points, the text value. And lastly, what we're going to do is add a collision event with the ball. So let's go to add event, and it's going to be collision objects with the ball object. In the collision, we're going to subtract 1 from points because there's been a hit. Then we're going to play the sound effect bounce, and we're going to play it at only a quarter of its initial volume because the sound effect is a little loud.
Oh, I don't have noises. Do I have any noises? I have no noises. Can I invent a noise? Wah, 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 wah. Can I invent a noise? Create. Sound. Bounce? Okay, so I was thinking about this the wrong way. So it's -1 to the points on the object, not when the object is leaving the room. I don't know why I was thinking about leaving the room. It's just about the ball colliding with the object, which would then reduce its point level by 1. Its point value. So just like random noise generator, just gotta be something, right? Oh. Ooh. Ah. Oh. Can I record something? No. Has to be silent. I'm not going to download the assets. CBA, just imagine the bouncy noise. No idea what I'm doing here. Just leave it alone. Okay, we need some way of making sounds. Is there a way of what type of sound do you want? What type of sound do you take? Can I like record? Sound recorder. It'll all be vocal. Bounce. There we go. Perfect. Play it. Oh god, it's so bounce. Is it good enough though? Yes. That's what I'm going with. Can be quieter, but we can do that later. So import. Share recording. Save. Oh no, that's importing. I don't want to import. Okay, I've got the recording. How do I save? Rename. Show in folder. So now we've got a bounce noise. Add it to, I don't know, music? Wait, I put the wrong one in. No, put you in. Dush. Good, and now, will this work? I just MacGuffined something. It's not working. Space Rocks music? I couldn't find it. Maybe it was down as a wrong audio file type. Something we're gonna have to learn to do, isn't it? Can you save recording? Sound bounce. Play. Oh wait, is there like a change format? Open with compress properties? Edit? More options. Literally everything. Why doesn't it play an MP4? Type of noise do you want? What do you want from me? Yeah, you can be that from one of the other games that I've played the tutorial of. something. Can we change it slightly? Oh, wait, you can. So we've got the sound, but then we can go into where the sound plays. Where are you playing? Under point parent? Yes. Play sound. Sound bounce. Don't loop. Target. Gain. We can have offset, but I'm not sure how to do the offset. It was like rand. Was it rand? Random number? Rand range? Rand range? Yes. 0.5 to 1.5? Have I just made all of that up? Or was it the pitch I should be changing there?
Then we're going to check to see
gain.
if there are
Reduce.
any point.
Gain was kind of fine.
Points left. So if points is less than or equal to 0, which means that it has no points, we're going to destroy this object, and we're going to increase the score by 1.
Okay. So, if collision with ball, play the sound. If
Now-
collision with ball, play the sound. Take damage. Assign variable? If variable, okay, yeah. So then if variable is less than, no, if equal or less than 0 here. Variable. Points. Equal or less than 0, destroy instance. And then assign variable, score 1 relative.
Going to destroy this object, and we're going to increase the score
Nice.
by 1.
I remembered what
Now,
relative did.
Don't ever add the parent object itself into the room. But we do have to set each of these children to be children of the parent. So there's 2 ways to do this. The first one is in the parent object itself, we can click on parent, and we can click on this plus to add a
easy.
child, and we can navigate to wherever one of these is. So in this case, if I click on O circle, that is now a child of this one. The other thing you can do is click on the object itself, go into parent, and up at the top,
Why would you
instead
do
of under
that?
children,
That's
under
far more
parent, you
complicated.
can choose the parent. Now, watch what happens when we do this. There are 0 events in this diamond object, but as soon as we navigate into our group and select the point parent object, voila. All
God.
of those events
Looky there,
automatically get
actually
added
works.
inside of here. They're grayed
It's almost
out,
as if he knows what he's
and
doing.
they have this little icon here to indicate that it's coming from the parent. Now, it's possible to override it, but for this game, we don't need to do that. This is going to take care of the logic for all of our point objects, and it's awesome. So we just need to select square and triangle,
Yeah,
go to
that'd be
parent, and
much
we can
better original way.
drag the parent here as well to assign it. So let's do that there. Go to triangle, click on parent, and drag that parent there as well. And now if we return to the point parent object, we can see all 4 of these point objects, these shapes, are children. So if you don't have that, make sure you add them here. You can drag them here to add a child if you didn't do that already. And once we've got this set up, our game is almost complete. So let's go into our room. And let's go ahead and take this wall, and I'm going to go ahead and delete it for now. And let's just put a few of these objects inside of our game. Now, we don't have the logic to having them move up, but everything else is set in place. So let's go ahead and run their game, and we'll see that when we shoot, they're actually going to go down in health. Now, that ball went up and out and it died, so let's shoot again. And voila, we can shoot and it can bounce and it can hit these, and that is the primary logic and the mechanics of our game taken care of. Now,
we entirely confident on that? No. The points do not have. Nice, double shot. So I've got 4. Oh, okay. So you hit them, they get damaged. However, my draw isn't working. My draw GUI? So draw self, color black. Why is it not working? Draw value points. What do you mean make the shapes move up the screen? Have I missed a bit? I skipped. I think I may have skipped a chunk.
multiple groups of enemies or multiple objects in your game that can 10.
So you're saying move up the screen, but I haven't even got to that bit yet.
Next, let's add the step event. Add event, step. For this event, we're going to always be asking the question, has the player lost by one of the point objects getting too high in the level? So we're going to check if the Y of any point object is less than 90, which is just above the border of our game. And if it is, we're going to show the message game over. We're going to reset the score to 0, and we're going to restart the game with the function game restart. Next, let's go ahead and add a draw event. This one's not draw GUI, it's just the draw. And anytime we add the draw event, we also have to add the draw self.
You're saying that we're going to be adding in the draw. At what point do you say what this is for?
Otherwise, the object doesn't even draw its own sprite. So we'll add the draw self event first so we don't forget it. Then we're going to take care of coloring and setting the text for when we actually draw it at the end. So we're going to set the color to black, the horizontal or H alignment to center, the vertical or V align to middle, and finally we're going to draw the text from this object at its X and Y, and we're going to draw points,
so is it
the text value.
Create points 2. I want to draw points. Why wouldn't it let me draw points? Where's draw points? Ball.
And shapes. First thing we're doing is at the bottom global and break it down like a Y for Y of how that becomes a so that we can actually see it and it looks a little bit cooler. Let's go ahead and go to background, and I'm going to click on no. We need them to be here, and let's. It's under the other events, the very first one outside of room.
Is it here that I'm missing? So we are in Points parent. That comes later, right?
Screen as we play. And this is going to be simpler than it seems because we're going to use that parent object.
Am I
we
lost?
created.
Yes.
So let's jump over to point parent. And a parent is a way for us to share code among objects and be able to use other functions inside of GameMaker to be able to find all of those children whenever we want to. We're going to use this functionality and it's going to save us so much time and energy. And this system is great for anything like multiple groups of enemies or multiple objects in your game that you interact with or anything along those lines. So this will save you time down the road if you learn it and master it now. In our point parent, let's go ahead and start with the create event. Let's add it here. So we're going to set points equal to 2 plus our score divided by 10.
Points. Score. I don't know
so
what
that it changes over the course of the game.
My divided by 10 bit is doing.
And finally, so that it's a nice round number, we're going to use the function round on the variable points.
Points 2. Nothing's relative. Points. Score minus, not minus, divided by 10. Function call. Round. Points.
Next, let's add the step event. Add event, step. For this event, we're going to always be asking the question, has the player lost by one of the point objects getting too high in the level? So we're going to check if the Y of any... Next, let's set the score to 0. And we're going to restart the game with the function game. And anytime we add the draw event, we also have to add the draw self.
Why is it just not working? Hey mermaid, how's it going? How are you? How's life? How's the family?
The object doesn't even draw its own sprite. So we'll add the draw self event first so we don't forget it. Then we're going to take care of coloring and setting the text for when we actually draw it at the end. So we're going to set the color to black.
The text is just
horizontal
not
or
drawing the
alignment
text.
to center the
Draw value to self. Draw self. Draw self. I convert that when you say one-way conversion from GML. Oh, it's not going to be just this bit. It's going to be everything, isn't it? Okay, yeah, let's not do that. Yeah, everyone's fine. Had a very soggy cat earlier. Well, that's about as exciting as it got today. I don't know. What did we have? We had barbecue ribs. That was pretty nice. Pretty sick. But, you know, the usual. Nothing too spicy.
the vertical or V align to middle, and finally we're going to draw the text from this
That
object
is X and Y relative. But you're not drawing it. Draw self. You are going to draw yourself. You are there. Set draw color. Black. Why? This can't be something to do with the color, can it? Surely not. What if we did it as red? That's not going to make a difference. In your own time. Oh, did I miss? I may have missed. This is what I was talking about. So, why are the values 0? The values are supposed to be 2. Dush, 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 dush. Okay.
And we're going to draw.
So that's why we couldn't see them. So we want to go into each object, then have the whatever this thing is in the center. Origin, that's it. So origin, middle center. So we need to do that for everything. What? Where's that bit that I can adjust it? It was like right here. Okay, I gotta click on that bit. Okay. Middle center. So then diamond. Middle center. Square. Stop doing middle right. Middle center and then triangle. Middle center. So that should hopefully now actually show what I want it to show. Kinda not. How did the triangle... Why is the triangle there? Why is the triangle there? Isn't it masked properly? I wouldn't call that the center. Is it the center of the sprite? Or center of the object? Stop. Triangle. So how do I change the point of origin? There, I guess. So now everything should show in the middle, which it does. Good. Dush dush. Works, it works, it works.
Draw.
Anything else I need to do? Don't think so. I think I've understood it so far.
Points, the text value. And lastly, what we're going to do is add a collision event with the ball. So let's go to add event, and it's going to be collision objects with the ball object. In the collision, we're going to subtract 1 from points because there's been a hit. Then we're going to play the sound effect.
Didn't we say that
bounce,
we thought that the points should have been at 2, like the default points? So point parent, create value points 2. Then it's score divided by 10. So what are we saying? 2 divided by 10? I swear on his it shows up as
Add only a
2.
Add the parent object. Click on this. Click on oath. Go into parent. There are select inside the parent. All of our and parent of the drag them complete. Now, we don't have the logic having them move up but inside of our game. Now, we don't have the logic having them move up, but everything else is set in place. So let's go ahead and run their game, and we'll see that when we shoot, they're actually going to go down in health. Now, that ball went up and out and it died, so let's shoot again, and voila.
But why is that not working on mine? Points are down as 2, assign variable. Collision with ball, -1. Destroy instance. Assign variable school, +1, which makes sense. If variable points. Wait, what? Is that right? If variable points. Oh no, yeah. If variable points of the points is equal to or less than 0, then destroy instance. I don't know why. Why do I put 10 there? That do anything? I'm just a little bit confused. Just a little bit. Because the points are set as 2, so why is it showing as 0? And if it's at 0, why is it not destroying itself? They're all showing as 0. I don't know what this bit means here. Points. Score divided by 10? Obviously missing something, but
We can shoot and it can bounce and it can hit these, and that is the primary logic and the mechanics of our game taken care of. Now, this ball bouncing out of the room and dying instantly, that's frustrating. So let's take our wall object. I'm just going to click on it here, and then I'm going to basically paint it as an outline for our level. So starting in the top left, I'm just going to hold control, and then I'm just going to drag all the way down to right around there. And this will make it that every single time the ball hits one of these, it just bounces right back. Now, one of the things you can do is you could add one wall object and drag this here, but this can do something kind of funky to physics-based games when we want to start doing a special kind of collision.
So this is like the opposite of what the other guy was talking about. So the other guy wanted us to make just one wall because it uses less resources, but this... I guess this is different because it's using a different process for the collisions. He said.
And I'm just going to paint each individual wall square onto here. There we go. Then we want to do the same up here. So I'm going to paint at the very top. And once we've done that, I can center fit our room. And now our game is this close to being done. So we can click on this, and now the ball bounces throughout the whole room.
So we want our wall. Oh, wait, what was it? Select wall and then Alt? So now, do you have collision with wall? Physics, yes, you've applied your physics. Dush. Dush? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. It dushes. not making the
Looks
noise
and
though. Did
plays.
I add the sound? Thought I did. Obviously not. So it would be in collision of parent point to ball. Play audio bounce. Is it because it's just too quiet? I'm not sure about this offset. I think it was the pitch that I was supposed to do that for. Yeah, no. So if I try that again now, here comes the crash. Yay! Ah, and it's offsetting. Not offsetting, it's choosing the different pitches. Oh, that's 5 to 1, so if I want 0.1 to 1.9, let's try that instead. Cool. Nice variety. So that worked out.
Perfectly. The last thing we need to do is actually have these point objects move up every single time the ball dies. And to do that, we're going to use the event we already have. So let's jump back to our ball object. And inside of here, where we destroy it, let's add in that logic to actually move up all of the point objects. And we can do that because we have the inheritance with a parent already set up to make it really simple. So because of the point parent, we only have to apply this code to that one object, and it will apply to all of its children. So the one line of code we need to apply is subtracting 100 from its physics position y. And the very last thing to do is to just spawn more blocks as they move up. So when we move them up, is subtract that one, actually move up. Simple. So because of the point parent, we only have to apply this code to that one object, and it will apply to all of its children. So the one line of code we need to apply is subtracting 100 from its physics position.
Physics position y. Why is it physics position y and not just position? Okay. Where are we going? We are going in ball? Are we in ball?
Y. We have the inheritance with.
Oh, I'm still in parent, that's why. Destroy, and then I don't know what this apply is. Execute code in the context of a specific object or instance. So apply, add variable, assign variable. Physics X, what was it? Physics X position X something.
With a parent already set up to make it, and it will apply to all of its children. So the one line of code we need to apply is subtracting 100 from its physics position.
So this is in. What? Why? Why? What? What am I missing? Why is it moving the ball?
Why?
To destroy this instance, apply to. Do I need to apply it to the point parent? If I missed that bit?
Fit our room, And now our game is this close to being done. So we can click on this, and now we have the event object to actually move up all of the point objects. And we can do that because we have the inheritance with a parent already set up to make it really simple.
Okay.
So because of the point parent, we only have
So
to apply this code
to objects. Oh, you points. Point parent. Can I like shift you up here? Can I shift you up here? Can I shift you at all? No. Can I move you up? Okay, you're just there. So that makes more sense.
To that one object, and it will apply to all of its children. So the one line of code we need to apply is subtracting 100 from its physics position y. And the very last thing to do is to just spawn more blocks as they move up. So when we move them up, we'll also spawn more. So to do that, we're going to actually take the code that we've got already, and in between destroying the ball and moving them all up, we are also going to create a new one. So we're going to use the choose function and action block here to choose from all of the different objects that we have available for the points objects. We're going to save that in a
We
variable
have 4
called
objects. We got circle. But why are you not working? Circle. Square. Triangle. Diamond.
new points, and then we will use that variable
Target new
along with
points. No, just new point. And that's a temporary value.
the variable we're going to create called point x to choose where along the x-axis to create this object, and then we can call instance create with new points and point x. So every time that this happens,
Oh, okay,
it will
and then
create
you would
a
put
new
in-
object randomly chosen along a
Oh, okay, yeah, I was gonna say we put in O
new
first.
point randomly
Yeah, it would
chosen.
make more sense being new point. Right, okay, I am desperate for the toilet, so I'm just gonna BRB real quick. I need like a thing that's saying BRB. Only there was some way of McGuffering. Oh wait, there is. Burbage. Who's Burbage? Where is you? My favorite font. Press start player 2. Burb. Font size maximum. Oh my god, so maximum. Don't, whatever you just did, don't do that again. Oh, look at that. Such intricacy. Right, I am going to super be right back. He says, just taking his time with being right back. Right, see you in a sec. Oh, hey, you. Long time no see. I missed you. Boop. What were we doing? We were playing with balls. What were we doing with balls? We were bouncing them. You. Woo! So we were choosing random objects, as far as I remember. Yes. New point, and then create instance, choose new point. Temp of new point. And then assign it a... Oh, wait, no, we've missed a bit. Choose. Option. Point X. Make that a temp, and then... we want 2. I kind of want that to just be random. Does it have to be, like... Does it have to be specifically a set figure? Because they've done 64, 128. So is it supposed to go up by 64s, or does it matter? I suppose it's good to not have it between, like, 64 and 0, because if it spawns at 0, then half of the object would be off screen. If we just start, I don't know, how would I do this? So random range? What the hell's my random range? Random range of 64. I don't know if any of this is making sense. This might not be how you're actually supposed to do it, but it makes sense in my head. Choose a random range between... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, that should work. What could possibly go wrong?
So it feels dynamic and random.
So then
every
the
single time
create
we play.
instance new point X value will be the point X relative? Not relative. And then Y will be
And
set.
that's it. Random. Every single
772 for a
time we
reason.
play.
Layer in instances. Oh, is that right? Did I do it all right? That's it.
And that's it. Let's go ahead and run our game, and you'll see that
No
we
way.
can destroy
Cool.
objects when the ball goes
Okay,
down. It makes a new
let's
one.
watch this crash and abort itself. Shall we? Push. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. PC's not. There we go. Oh no. Oh no. I got the error message. You can't even see it. It's just telling me I done goofed up. I did done goofed up. Why would that be? So we need to check point parent for when the y value less or equal to, oh no, greater or equal to. No? No, I think I goofed up again. I done goofed. So we're gonna have to check on the step event for game over, basically. Okay, it's just telling me I've done goofed out. So let's go back to that video.
We have. This is destroy the instance with the function instance destroy. And now we can test this out. Let's run our game. And this system is great for check if the and finally, so that it's a nice round number, we're going to use the function round on the variable points. Next, let's add the step event. Add event, step. For this event, we're going to always be asking the event on the variable point.
Not that bit.
Next, let's add. So we're going to check if the y of any point object is less than 90, which is just above the border of our game. And if it is, we're going to show the message game over. We're going to reset the score to 0, and we're going to restart the game with the function game restart. Next, let's go ahead and add a draw event. This one's not draw GUI.
Wrong.
It's just...
Is it because of the positions? I don't think I've put anything in the room. So for the points, if variable is less or equal to 90, which means at the top of the screen, then show function, reset score, restart game. So why is it just saying that straight away? Yeah, so it won't let me do anything because it's showing me that this is all happening. Sorry, that this is all happening. If the Y... Draw? Is it supposed to be in draw?
Variable points. Next, let's add the step event. Add event, step. For this event, we're going to always be asking the question, has the player lost by one of the...
So you're not supposed to be in draw, you're supposed to be in step. Wait, if I mix these two up? Oh, you are in step. Oh, okay, so I was just misinterpreting that. Okay, that's fine. So you're in the right place.
Point objects getting too high in the level. So we're going to check if the y of any point object is less than 90, which is just above the border of our game. And if it is, we're going to show the message game over, we're going to reset the score to 0, and we're going to restart the game with the function game restart. Next, let's go ahead and add a draw event. This one's not draw GUI, it's just the draw. And anytime we add the draw event, we also have to add the draw self, otherwise the object doesn't even draw its own sprite. So we'll add the draw self.
I'm so confusion right now. Create, set points. Step, losing the game. Draw, for drawing the points, which doesn't work for some reason. And then collision with the ball. Is there anything in here that I'm just not seeing? No, doesn't look like it. Because none of the points are less than 90 for Y. You guys are, but you shouldn't count as... You've not got mother on you, have you? You've got no parent. No parent. Yeah. No parent, no object.
Let's go ahead and add a draw event. This one's not draw GUI, it's just the draw. And anytime we add the draw event, we also have to add the draw self, otherwise the object doesn't even draw its own sprite. So we'll add the draw self.
Is this something to do with... when it's bringing up new objects? So at the very beginning of the step, is it drawing an object above where it's supposed to be? Where even was that? Wait, are you supposed to be in bull? Oh, because the bull... Wait a second. I've assigned you to bull? You should be assigned to point parent. No.
Watch what happens when we do
Yes?
this.
No. Destroy instance, and then... Yeah, it must be something to do with this bit.
We don't need to do that. Select to do that. Children. Once we've got this wall, they're actually going to perfectly. The last we have the apply this code, we're going to use the event we already have. So let's jump back to our ball object, and inside of here, where we destroy it, let's add in that logic to actually move up all of the point objects. And we can do that because we have the inheritance with a parent already set up to make it really simple. So because of the point parent, we only have to apply this code to that one object, and it will apply to all of its children. So the one line of code we need to apply is subtracting 100 from its physics
Wait, is it
position
relative?
y.
Ah.
And the very last thing to do is to just spawn more
Is that
blocks
why?
as they move up. So
Goddamn relative. Right, let's have a go now. Good lord. It looks like it's working. Dush. Dush. Oh my god, yes. Ah, no way. It's like it's an actual game. Very hard, very tough. Whoa. Wait. Wait. So the points are going up. So why are you only getting destroyed once? Like with one hit? Shouldn't you be taking a few more? Well, I'm addicted. Ship it. Cool. Done. Nothing more to see here. Right, just slap it onto Steam. We're done. Right. Next game. Let's do the sequel. Right, we need to figure out what's going on with the points. Point parent. Oh. Assign value. Points 1. Points is score divided by 10. So when you reach 10, you get a point each, which is fine, I guess. But when there's collision, why are you taking forever to destroy? Is it, oh, -1 relative? -1 relative to the points. Because otherwise you're just setting it to -1. See? Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. Watch this not work. Should do though. Dush. Dush. Okay, so everything's just gonna get hit once at the moment. But then when we hit 2... Wow. Oh god, it's working. Oh my god. Oh, it's the best feeling in the world. I hate it. Ooh. Sound effects. Oh my god. Let's try and double bounce this. What? What? Some weird jumpy physics. Ooh, ooh. Nice. Okay, well, this is the new game. This is what I'm going to spend the rest of the stream doing. What category is this game? Oh, yeah. Oh. What's going to be my high score? Go on, double tap it. Oh. Why are you, like, so weird with your collisions? What's going on there? Douche, douche, douche. Kind of tempted to just see how far we get. No, no! And then it shows you the message, but it's not showing you in game, which is interesting. It's just giving me a window here that I'm dragging around saying you done goofed up. But the reset seems fine. Okay, so if anything, we know that the random range thing works. So we definitely have learned something along our travels. And
the very last thing to do is to just spawn more blocks as they move up. So and then we will use that variable along with the variable we're going to create called pointx to choose where along the x-axis to create this object.
Wait, is that everything?
We can call instance create
with everything?
New points and pointx.
That's everything. So, I did it. Cool.
Every time that this happens, it will create
with custom
new object
shapes. Oh,
randomly
yeah.
chosen along a new point.
We need to play around with convex, no, concave
time
shapes as well.
And that's it. Let's go ahead and run our game, and you'll see that we can shoot, we can destroy objects. When the ball goes down, it makes a new one, they all float up, and we have a beautiful, fun physics game. So, that's it. I hope you enjoyed this project, and be sure to check out ways to even extend this further and take your physics knowledge in GameMaker to the next level. Leave a comment, share. Welcome back to part 2. This is what we're going to be doing today.
What
we're going to take
doesn't make sense to me is why is this starting off with 2? What if we did the create? Maybe it's just create then value. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Everyone chill out.
And we're going to make it be able to bounce. So when we hit it, it's actually going to move in a very lifelike and fluid motion. And we're also going to be able to have it bounce off itself, other objects, and welcome back to part 2. This is what we're going to be doing today. We're going to take the circle object that we created in the first part, and we're going to make it be able to bounce. So when we hit it, it's actually going to move in a very lifelike and fluid motion. And we're also going to be able to have it bounce off itself, other objects, and the wall. And you'll be able to put this into any object you want. And the beautiful thing is we're only going to need to add a few events because we already have the parent object. And I'm going to show you how to inherit from that and how to create your own functions that we can reuse and recall all the time to save so much effort down the line. You excited? Because I am. Let's go ahead and dive right in. Okay, so here's the project from the last video. If you didn't do it or you lost it,
begin
whatever,
with.
go ahead and click on the description down below and download it from there to follow along. So we are inside of the O circle object, and we're choosing this one because it's a circle, it'll bounce really nicely, but you can apply this effect to any objects that you want. First off, we have a parent to this object, which is where all of these events are coming from. So the create, step, draw, and O ball collision all come from this point parent object. That's where these are. So we can't edit the code inside of this object. Doesn't do anything because these are locked out. So we have two options. We can completely override the code and ignore everything from the parent, or we can take the code from the parent and add to it, either before or after that parent code comes in. That is called inheritance, and it allows you to share code, and that's what we're going to be doing right now. So to do that, we're going to right-click on the create event. And when we do that, we've got three options. One of them is inherit, and one of them is override. And we want to inherit. So I'm going to click on inherit event, and now we can see either some new code or a new action block that says event inherited. And that means we are taking all
Georgie is watching you and giggling BTW.
Oh god. Hello. I didn't do anything. Is it this guy? Is it this guy he's watching? He's laughing at my inadequacies when it comes to developing any skill. I get it. It's funny. It's a funny joke. Why are you not fitted to screen? There we go. Cool. Hi, Georgie. Hi. This is the screen speaking to you. Do something naughty. So full parent inherit. Don't understand, but okay.
Code line is. So if we want to modify anything before, you put that modification happening before that line or action block. And if you want to change something after, like a value, a name, a property, whatever, put it after that. In this case, we're going to change and add our own. Means we are taking. And when we do that, we've got three options. One of them is inherit, and one of them is override. And we want to inherit. So I'm going to click on inherit event. And now we can see either some new code or a new action block that says event inherited. And that means we are taking all of the code and running it right where that action block or code line is. So if we...
I'm lost. Isn't that what parents do to their children anyway? I thought they just inherited stuff from them. I don't know. I thought that was already happening, that they were inheriting the create.
If we want to modify anything before, you put that modification happening before that line or action block. And if you want to change something after, like a value, a name, a property, whatever, put it after that. In this case, we're going to change and add our own function inside of here. And the order doesn't really matter because we're just creating it and then we're going to use it elsewhere. But we're going to put it after the event inherited in this case.
When in doubt,
so we're going to code.
Low the guy down. Oh yeah, and congrats on your first. You win. You win all the points. All 17 of them.
Create our own function. And we're going to call it bounce. And before we jump into coding it, I just want to explain it because there's quite a few lines of code and action blocks that we're going to need to put in there.
Said there was only
and I
a
want to
few.
make sure that we're all on the same page on what it's doing. So when we create our own functions, we have all of the power that GameMaker does in its own functions in the library, which means that we can accept arguments or parameters, things that we actually pass in to change it. You know, when you call instance create, you have to pass in where it's creating it, what layer, and the object. We have that same power, except we can choose to pass in anything we want and call it whatever we want, which is pretty cool. So in this case, this function bounce, we just need to know one thing. What are we hitting?
What?
Because we're gonna...
That's where I am. That's where I am right now.
use that and determine where we're going to bounce to and from with that other object. So we're just going to pass in what we're bouncing, and then we're going to figure out where we're hitting. So if we're hitting a wall, we're going like this, we're going to bounce back. But if we're going down, we actually want to hit that and then kind of come down like
together?
this. So we're going to figure all of that out and then apply that property to the circle object itself. And it sounds kind of complex, but the beautiful thing is, with our own function, we just have to write this once, and then we can test it anywhere and call it as many times as we want, just like any old GameMaker function. And if it doesn't work well for whatever reason, then we know that the problem is in our function, and we can work on it and debug it over and over until it works, and then we have a perfect working function, and we can use that in this game or take it to another. So with all of that preamble, let's go ahead and dive in and code our first function called bounce. So when we create a function,
new function,
we can call it by whatever name we want.
Literally doing that. So declaring a new function. I remember last time in the other tutorial we were playing around with, the one that made no sense, we did this. We declared a new function, but I couldn't like work out what that was, but now I understand. So name, and then you call that function later on. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense.
And pass in any arguments that we desire. In this case, we're going to call our function bounce and call one argument that's required to use this function and label it as object, because we're going to pass in whatever object that we collide with. Inside of here, we are going to call a bunch of different functions to get the information we need to be able to bounce. The first one will be point distance. So we'll pass in our information and get the information from the object that we collided with and save it in a local variable called length. And then we're going to do the same thing with the function point direction. So we got distance first, now we're getting direction,
so point
and we're saving
distance,
that
this
again
is where
in a
the
local variable called.
So point distance is how far it goes. Point direction is which direction it goes.
Direction.
Length.
Next, we're going to get the length and direction together in one function called length dir x, and we're going to save that in a variable called our x force. And we're going to divide this by 15.
Function cool. Point distance makes sense. Point direction, yes. Length dir. Length direction. X. X force.
And otherwise, this value will be too large and the ball will just fly off. We're going to do the same thing with the function length dir y, and we're going to divide this by 15. Otherwise, this value will be too large and the ball will just fly off.
No divided by 15. Divided by 15, fine. No divided by 15. Like, they're missing bits. Is it just intentional? So I have to learn the actual coding language? Bounce equals function object length variable temporary length equals point distance. Oh, these are like completely different now.
Same thing with the function length dir y, and we're going to save that in a variable called y force. And again, divide that by 15 so the value is smaller. Once we have all of that data, we can finally apply that to our physics variable, the phi speed x and our phi speed y. But be careful here, because there's one tricky part. We need to apply it,
because otherwise it would just bounce into the direction
of the value we got. So I put a little negative sign inside of the x force and the y force variable. Without that,
Yes.
you'll actually be hitting the
That's what
ball
I said.
and the circle will come towards you instead of away from you. And lastly, we'll set alarm 0 to trigger after 5 frames, and that is what we will code after this. But that is the entirety of our function, and we have now written and created one called bounce that we can use anywhere.
Oh, so what do I do about the 15?
Next,
Does it matter? Because you didn't put that in the visual thing. And guess what? You're also teaching me how to do it in visual. So if I were me, what would I do right now? I just don't understand why we're making this function. Wait, are we making this function in circle? Why would we do that? Why would we make it in
And we're gonna call
circle?
it bounce.
All
and
of them
before
would
we jump in
bounce, would they not?
to coding it, I just want to explain it because there's quite a few lines of code and action blocks that we're going to need to put in there, and I want to make sure that we're all on the same page on what it's doing. So when we create our own functions, we have all of the power that GameMaker does in its own functions in the library, which means that we can accept arguments or parameters, things that we actually pass in to change it. You know, when you call instance create, you have to pass in where it's creating it, what layer, and the object. We have that same power, except we can choose to pass in anything we want and call it whatever we want, which is pretty cool. So
Understand
in this case, this are we who and bouncing down to be beautiful, and then with all we want. So when we create a function, we can call it by whatever name we want and pass in any arguments
I
that
need
we
to.
desire.
What's
in this
the
case,
argument again? Oh man, what's an argument in this context? All right, time for googling or YouTubing. Oh, yeah, less reading, more seeing. What is an argument? Code GameMaker. Scripts and arguments.
And welcome back to this US Open office plan.
Miller just lobbed a message way over Jones's head using some
Argument defaults are a feature recently-ish added to GameMaker where you can define default values for arguments in any function. Here is an example of a function that simply passes through values to the drawText function. Now when we call that function, we're required to pass through all 3 arguments that it uses, the x, y, and the string of text. Here's an example of that. So far, so familiar. But what we can do now is set a default value to those arguments, like this. You'll see that because we're still passing the same values through when we call the function, nothing changes. But if I were to now call the function with no arguments, you'll see that it uses the default arguments we defined. It doesn't have to be all or nothing though, we can send whatever arguments we want.
Okay.
If we just wanted to change the x coordinate, we could simply not add the rest of the arguments. If you want to skip over an argument, you can also defer to the default by passing undefined. So if we just wanted to define the text, we could do this. Using this basic feature can make your function calls a lot more flexible. Hope that helps. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you all next time.
Too many cups and glasses on my desk. Allows you to customize the behavior of your code. They serve as the input data that a function needs to perform its task. So in the context of this... Wait, where'd he go? So bounce. The argument is object. Function, bounce, argument, object. So the argument is targeting object. But where have we got object? It's a temporary value, so it's not used yet. And then, okay, maybe.
We're going to call our function bounce and call one argument that's required to use this function and label it as object, because we're going to pass in whatever object that we collide with. Inside of here, we are going to call a bunch of different functions to get the information we need to
points.
be able to bounce. The first one will be point distance. So we'll pass in our information and get the information from the object that we collided with and save it in a local variable called length.
Wait a second. So we're in the circle. So when it's underscore object, is that choosing the object?
And then we're going to do the same thing with the function point direction. So we got distance first, now we're getting direction, and we're saving that again in a local variable called direction.
Okay, let's start copying and pasting. No, function call. Point direction. What are you doing? What are you doing? What am I doing? Declare new function. Don't declare new function. Function call. There we go. Function call. Function. Point distance. Please go slower. Why is it suddenly just decided to go slow motion? You feeling okay, buddy? Oh my god, it's crashed. Jeez Louise. Oh no, what's going on? No, come back. Come back. Save? I wonder what's causing that. Okay, at length. Function call, function call. Function. Point direction. What's going on? Game maker, are you drunk? Object X object Y So like reset it. This is direction. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna save and then come back into it. Save project. Not sure why it's so slow. Balls to the walls.
Next, we're going to get the length and direction together in one function called length dir x, and we're going to save that in a variable called
So the function uses the arguments length and direction. It's not how you spell anything, is it?
our x force. And we're going to divide this by 15,
say
otherwise
that.
this value will be too large and the
all
ball
of these
will
are temp
just
as well.
fly off. We're going to do the same thing with the
Same thing with y.
function length dir y, and we're going to save that in a variable called y force. And again, divide that by 15 so the value is smaller. Once we have all of that data, we can finally apply that to our physics variable, the phi speed x and our phi speed y. But be careful here because there's one tricky part. We need to apply
So the physics speed x to minus x force. Because we're looking at the something. I don't know how it's getting the information from the ball. Where's that happening? Is it just from collisions? Is that right? Looks right.
apply it negative, opposite of the value we got. So I put a little negative sign inside of the x force and the y force variable. Without that, you'll actually be hitting the ball and the circle will come towards you instead of away from you. And lastly, we'll set alarm 0 to trigger after 5 frames, and that is what we will code after this. But that is the entirety of our function, and we have now written and created one called bound is what we will code after 5 frames, and that is what we will code after this. But that you instead of away from you. And lastly, we'll set alarm 0 to trigger after 5 frames, and that is what we will code after this. But that is the entirety of our function, and we have now written and created one called bounce.
Why would we have done that
can
in
use
circle, though?
anywhere we want. Next, let's go ahead and set up what the alarm code is going to look like. So we need that event. Let's go over to add event, alarm, and we set alarm 0. So let's go inside of here. And now let's code it so that over time, our circle object stops flying and slows down naturally. So in the alarm event, we want to slow down this circle over time little by little. So we're going to set the physics speed x and the physics speed y to be divided by 10%, or in this case 1.1. And then we'll put that value back into it and call alarm 0 just one frame later. So every single frame it will start slowing down by 10% of its speed. And we also have to check once it gets really slow, because if we divide something by 10% forever, we will never reach 0. So once it is slow enough that it's almost not moving, by checking if it's less than 0.01
is less than
x and y.
0 minus 1?
We're just going to set x and y physics speed to 0. And finally, we'll set the alarm then to -1 when that's true, so the alarm will not continue triggering.
Okay,
Next, we need to determine what
Yes.
we're colliding with and how exactly we know what that object is. So there are multiple step events that we can have. Right now, we already have a step event in our parent object, and it's checking to see if we've lost the game. So we could put it in here, or because we want to absolutely make sure that the very first thing that happens with this object is it needs to know if we are going to collide with something, which is even more important than this, because if we're going to collide and we need to move down, we actually don't want this step event to be running before that, because it could cause us to lose the game if we need to bounce that object down. Highly unlikely scenario. But all that to say, we want to prioritize what runs when. So we're going to add the begin step event, which runs first, then the regular step event would run. That way we guarantee our code is going in the order that we want. So let's go and add event under step, and we're going to add the begin step event. And inside of here, we're going to check for a collision with anything else that is not the ball, because we have a specific event for that right here. So we're going to check for every other collision that we could have and bounce appropriately. So we're going to ask with an expression, and if you're using visual, we're using a new if block here that can ask multiple things at once, so pay close attention there. We're going to use the function place meeting and ask, am I touching another child of the point parent, or am I touching a wall? If either of those two things are true, then what we're going to do is actually get the object that we are colliding with using the function instance place, and then save that in a variable called point, then call our own function bounce, passing in that variable that we just saved.
No way.
And we're almost done.
Oh, we are.
So this part of the video is way shorter than the first part because we already did all the heavy lifting.
Ball.
So the last thing we've got to do is go into our O ball collision event, and we're going to inherit this just like we did before. And underneath of this, we just have to call the bounce function we've already created with that ball being the object that we're colliding with. With the function we created, bounce, we just call it and pass in the keyword other, and we're done. And that's it. To test this out, let's go into our room and let's set this up so that we have just all the green circle objects
We only
in
wanted
here so we can kind of see them
balls
bounce,
to bounce.
float
We
around,
only wanted the
see how well they
circles to
work
bounce, that's
bouncing
why.
off each
Okay.
other.
Nothing else.
And the walls and all of this. That was a little high. That'll get us killed real quick. So let's go ahead and give this a try. And now we'll be able to bounce these green circles all around. There we go. And if they run into each other, they will bounce off each other. If they run into the wall, they'll also bounce off the wall. And we can see that if we put these a little closer to the wall, if we put some close to each other, and we specifically test that right there. Boom. Okay. And that's it. A really fun feature, but really adds a lot of life and vibrancy to the game. Plus, knowing how to inherit and code your own functions are two vital skills that you will use moving forward all the time. I guarantee it. So, what did you like most about this?
I hope
that it helped. I hope that you learned something new.
Power-ups.
And that the game is coming along really well. So make sure you show it off. Give me a tag. I'd love to see what you're making.
I'll make you keep learning.
And as always, keep making, keep learning. And I'll talk to you later.
Complete project. Okay, so you can download the project. I'm not sure if I want to put all that in. Just because I'm a little bit fuzzy on what he was doing there. So maybe let's find something else, like... How do you code in Game Maker? This looks like it's going through Visual.
A coding language is how one communicates with a computer and tells it what to do and exactly when to do it. There are dozens of coding languages out there, from JavaScript, Python, to C#. Each one contains its own rules about how it works, the way you write it, and what is and what isn't allowed. But at the core of it, a coding language is the communication between the coder and the computer. If you want your player to move up when you press the up arrow key, then you have to tell it that with a coding language. The actual expression of that language, like the words and the letters that are typed, will vary from language to language, but in the end, that code gets translated by the computer and executes to do exactly what it's told. When it comes time to begin coding your game inside of GameMaker, you've got two distinct options for coding languages. When you add an event, you're going to be presented with this question. Do you want to use GML code or GML visual? GML code is that more traditional way of coding, where you are writing text and using symbols to control everything that's happening. GML visual, on the other hand, uses blocks, and they chain together and they link in a way that is much more understandable, especially to beginners. Inside of your project, you can have both GML visual and GML code running at the exact same time. When it comes time to test your game out, all of it converts to the same thing in the end, and your game will run just the same. So you can choose one or both of them and be able to make the exact kind of game you're looking to make. In GameMaker, when you're in an event that uses GameMaker Language Visual, or GML Visual, like I am in this Create event, the code blocks available to you are over on the right. Everything from the most commonly used all the way down to time sources and particles, which are specific features
more interested
inside of
in doing right now
are available to you as
just
code
making
blocks
a fresh
that you can drag inside.
Project and just dicking around. Probably should save it. Save. New project. Project name. Project name needs to be something good, something really good. Like, yeah, really good. Really good. How does he do it? Okay, so let's do a thing. So let's assign our room. So what's the viewpoints again? What's the difference between room settings and then what's what's viewport? Okay, we've got a room. Success. We need a sprite character. Sprite. Do I actually just want to use my other guy? Or no, fresh person. Fresh person. I'm gonna have some movement as well. I'll just have them walking around T-posing. How do I... There we go. He's gonna be slowly inflating and deflating himself? Why? I don't know. I've not finished the game. Stop asking questions. Gloriously good. 5. Maybe just one more frame. Cool. That's it. That's the one. That's what we need. So we need to create an object. Create object. Assign a sprite to the object. Add a thing. Maybe I should just spend time looking at what these things are. So many. Wait, why have you gone like this? Be better. It. So what would we do? We would just have a look. Particles. That instance variable. Sense animation speed. Set sprite. So you can have different sprites. Set instance variable. So set and get. What would be the difference? So get the instance variable from somewhere else, then set would be set it to a specific amount, specific value. Let's do... I don't think it would be create. I think it's step. Add step. Oops. Add step. You want to add high gravity? Maybe we just want to do that. High physics. Uses physics. So we get a idea of what's going on. Okay, person is in room. What happens when we play? just that. How did we apply gravity? Apply gravity of 1. Is it relative? Would it be relative? Okay, that works. You missed it, but it definitely worked. So how about step? If left mouse? No? If mouse? If mouse pressed left, then set gravity to 1. I keep forgetting to show. Show, don't tell. So play. And now if I press left mouse, character should be applied gravity. Gravity, yay! Yeah! Cool. We have, what's the opposite of liftoff? Put down. Cool. That's the game. Can we have like a moving platform? Yeah, I should be naming stuff as well. Sprite player? Create. Sprite. Floor. Oop. Yeah, it helps if you spell, you moron. Okay. Set the... Oh, we need object as well. Object. Okay. Add collision. Collision group 1. So now when I press, it should apply gravity and hopefully with any luck collide. I don't know. We'll see. It would help if you actually put the floor into the game. Schwa. Still lower. Schwa. What about now? Okay. We're in game. We've got floor. Press. Does not collide. Obviously completely forgetting something very important. Does the object... Physics, yes. Physics, yes. Physics shape? You're fine. And you're fine. So let's bring up one of the old videos. What was the... Would have been the one that we just watched, but the previous one. But part 1.
Welcome back to part 2. Greetings and welcome. My name's Aaron Craig, and today we're going to be creating an awesome little game called Bounce or Break. Ball onto this object, and I can do the same thing for the wall. Do SPR wall. So the physics engine that's built into GameMaker has to be manually ticked for every object and every room that you want to use it in, because it is not the default option when making a game. So every object is going to have this little box that says uses physics. We need to click on that, and then we have a little window that we can open up by clicking this physics button right here. And this is going to open up all the properties that we can control about this object. So things like density, restitution, the collision group that it's in, linear damping, angular damping, and friction, along with a couple of options here, and even modifying the collision shape itself. Now, there's a lot that we can go into, but essentially each one of these options is going to change how this object...
Do something. If collide, then do something.
is interpreted in the world by how bouncy it is, by how heavy it is, and each one of these you can dig deeper into. For now, let's do a really quick overview so that you know why we're changing the numbers on some of these. The density of an object is how heavy it weighs, but this is distributed over the size of the shape of the object. What that means is this ball that's 32 by 32 pixels is going to be very dense if we give this a high number because it's a very small object. That same number would make a huge object actually be very light, maybe like a balloon. So the number, the strength, the amount of density that we have right here depends on the size of our object. And in this case, we're going to set the density of this ball to 75. That might seem like a big number, but don't worry, it's going to look and feel really great. Next is the restitution, and you can think of this number as how bouncy 0.75 properties. Collision group just means that you can for this world all of those group of objects to a specific and unique ID. We don't need to worry about this at all for this project. Linear and angular damping are very similar. You can think of linear damping as the air in the world, all of those particles that as something is moving through it, it's actually hitting them and slowing down over time. Angular damping is that same thing except for rotating objects, so that when you want something to eventually stop rotating, that angular damping, it controls how quickly that will happen. And the very last one is friction, which is just how much something is going to slow down when it's hitting it and moving on it. So for linear damping, let's go ahead and change that to 0.25, and for friction, let's change it to 0.1. These bottom three, we don't need to worry about. The sensor, the starting rate, the
the
pneumatic,
shape.
just leave it
I
the
wanna
way
know
that it is.
how it
Lastly,
does
let's
it.
look at the modified collision shape, because there are several different shapes that you can have available. And if we click on this drop-down menu, this same kind of thing, but it's going to be a little different, because this wall in our world and the point objects, we don't actually want to fall down as the game is being played. They need to stay in one spot. So there's a trick for that. I'm going to click on Uses Physics, open the Physics tab, and I'm going to set the density to 0, so that when the ball hits it, let's go ahead and close the physics windows completely, and double click on room 1 to open it up. Now let's place the ball, actually hit this, and bounce on it. Before we do that though, we must set the room properties itself. So
Anything
remember,
in the
every
rooms.
object must be ticked and set.
There's not like a apply physics to all items in room, is there?
To use physics, and every room you want it in must also use the physics engine. So by clicking on the room,
it
it will
was
open up the
all
inspector
along,
over here on
okay.
the left. Click on room physics near the bottom.
How
and
do I
you see
do
that you can
you? Enable physics. Is that it? So the room itself has to... Oh no, where you going? Where you going, buddy? I did not ask you to do that. Oh, it's because object physics density 0. So I don't want them to move down as well. Why do I want floor to enable physics? Is because of the collision group. So how do I avoid the player object from just reacting to the room physics? Because if I have the room physics off, like, you fall down, but you don't collide. However, if I do have you on, you fall down under your own accord. Unless I apply... Can I... 2 seconds. I apply 0 density to you, and then you only react to... I don't think it's going to catch it in time. Yeah, it's not. He just falls down. So if I go into you, if I apply 0 density, step set gravity force 1, relative? Relative? No. Maybe? So now you have 0 density. So you're not being affected by the room's physics, but you're not being affected by your own physics. How do I get around this? Density. Start awake? Start awake. What does start awake mean? Don't know. Google it. This is checked by default and represents the initial state of the fixture at the start of the room has been placed in. So if I don't have you awake to begin with, what does that mean? It means nothing. You're not moving. Oh, is it because your density's still rubbish? No, that's fine. So then if I start you awake, you just move down. Well, the collision between player and the floor works. What would you have me do, little man? Solid? Are you so solid? I'm gonna check something just in case.
Enable physics.
May have already looked this up. Part 1? Stop using Godot. Oh god. Let's see what's good.
Stop using Godot to make games. Here we see a comparison of Godot and
I'm
Unity
not
with the
using
rigid body
either.
and its bounciness.
And everyone tells me not to use Unity. That hate to code, that's me. It's 2 years old. Should I put in that it should be G-develop? That's something that I've heard of, but I don't think I want to continue with that. Probably that's why is it not just objective?
What is the worst game engine? There are a ton of game engines out there, but which one is truly the worst? Maybe it's Unity because you have literal garbage like Garden of Banban made in it. Or perhaps it's Scratch Jr. because it's made for literal babies. Or maybe it's an engine like Turing that barely anyone has heard of. It could be Game Guru for being literal game doo-doo. How about Roblox, considering all the garbage you can find on there as well? Maybe it's Game Maker because they became subscription-based. How about Microsoft PowerPoint? Yeah, you can make actual games in this, though not very good ones. So ultimately, what is the worst game engine?
I see what you did there.
There are a ton of game engines out there, but...
Tell me which to
I
start.
look at that, and it's all
Mr. Man.
blank. And yours is filled, so it's intimidating, sort of, you know? Yeah, so here's the first thing you should do when you open up Game Maker Studio. You should create a blank project. It's going to be completely empty, right? And once you create a blank project, and there's nothing in it, right? It'll just be blank space like this. Go and look on Google and say, how do I make a character move in Game Maker Studio? That's the first step. The second one is to find your folder called Objects and create, right-click on it, and say Create Object.
But we're using...
And what you've done is you've created your...
Visual scripting. Best visual scripting game engines. Okay, yeah, we'll have a look at this one. It was 2 years old, but...
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. Coding can be overwhelming to learn.
Just having a look at what people are saying. You've got Scratch there, but I'm not sure about... I've never heard of them before. Right, I'm gonna BRB real quick. A boop. And a boop.
I'm not. I
Oh, hello. Oh, hey. Hopefully this is helpful. That's me.
Learn,
Oh,
especially
hi,
if you're younger or
mermaid.
even
How's
just
it
new
going?
at game dev.
Long time
But what
no
if I told you
see.
there was an easier way to get started?
How's it going? Are you flowing? Don't tell me.
It's called visual scripting, and it's super fast and easy to learn. And believe it or not, but it's actually the way I got started with game dev over a decade ago. And the great news is that visual scripting has gotten way better and more intuitive since I started learning. I mean, heck, Nintendo's Game Builder Garage is literally a visual scripting game about making games. But even with this all said, starting a new hobby or passion can be a little stressful and definitely overwhelming. It can be confusing with all the different terms and tools, and even just the simple question of how do I get started? Well, luckily for you, I'll be answering 3 of the main questions I get all of the time.
Oh my god, that's
And those
a
are,
big
what is visual
Squarespace
scripting?
ad.
What game engine should you choose?
Game
and how
maker.
and why
You
you
just
should
tell them
eventually switch to
game-
coding.
okay.
So without further ado, let's dive deep into the world of visual scripting.
Okay, maybe it's not just bull
But before we get
Squarespace.
started, in their CS50 class, so
Where's the end of your ad read?
in graphics instead of to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. So some of you watching may be a little confused by the term visual scripting. And no, it's not an old wise monk doodling little photos. Visual scripting is creating programs or software or games using graphics instead of text. Now the idea is that moving around these colorful boxes or shapes and graphically seeing yourself program is a lot easier to understand than just long lines of code. And now visual scripting varies depending on your engine. You have node-based systems with all these little nodes that connect together. Or maybe you have columns. It's a row of columns and you change things in the boxes. Or you can even have cubes with different icons. Really, the visuals aren't important. They just make it easier for you to start creating games and focusing on the logic
I don't know, that's why
instead
I'm
of
here.
typing out and remembering all this code. So that's great and all. But what game engine should you choose? Every engine has its own strengths and weaknesses. Some engines focus only in visual scripting like Construct, while others like Unity and Unreal have both coding and
I am
visual
a
scripting.
moron.
Now choosing the right engine
I
all
want
comes
it
down
easy.
to your specific needs. But here's a little guide
Yeah, just those 2.
on which engines I think have the best visual scripting. Number 1, the ultimate learning tool, Scratch. First publicly launched in 2007, Scratch is a visual programming website that actually focuses more on educational purposes, and it was developed by MIT. One thing that's really cool about it is you can actually export games for websites, Android, and even a Windows EXE. Now, I'm sure most of you have heard of it or used it before, but if you haven't, it's a fantastic tool for learning programming, and even Harvard uses it in their CS50 class, so you know it's solid. Now, because of its extremely simplistic interface
I think this
and
is a
visual
pass.
scripting, which makes it easier to learn, it actually makes it a lot harder to work on larger projects. So it's great for absolute beginners, but I probably wouldn't be using it for big game projects. Number 2, fast and flexible, Construct 3. Out of all the visual scripting engines listed here today, Construct is probably the one I've used the most. To be honest, I think it has the most flexibility to create fun, polished 2D trying to sell your game, but it's extremely limiting, and I honestly only recommend it just if you want to test it before purchasing. If you're just a hobbyist and not really making money out of it, I don't know if I could recommend the price tag, but if you got the money, it's a fantastic tool. Number 3, the best free option, GDevelop. If you're looking for a very similar, it's free and open source is it in potential. Now, and I still was able to create the game that I wanted. So to be honest, I think it has a ton of potential, and
That's this guy right here.
Number 4, easiest room for growth, Game Maker Studio. Some of you may know that Game Maker was actually my first game engine, and it'll always hold a special place in my heart for that reason. The first game I ever created was actually using Game Maker's visual scripting system called Drag and Drop. The system is probably the most unique out of all that we've talked about today, and it features a bunch of colorful icons. I actually really love the old ones, and they're kind of nostalgic. Now, one of the great advantages to Game Maker is that you can actually do both coding and drag and drop together, making it a lot easier to transition from visual scripting to coding. And that's actually the way I made the transition to coding. After using Game Maker and getting comfortable with the engine, it just was easier to just change the coding and not have to relearn a whole new engine. Another really cool thing that recently happened is that Game Maker Studio is now free, so you might as well just jump in, give it a shot, and see if you like it. Now, some honorable mentions are Godot, Unity, and Unreal. I know some of you out there might be a little grumpy that I didn't include these in the other list, but that's because I feel the coding in those engines is actually a little bit better and more intuitive than the visual scripting.
Really?
I do know that most people that use Unreal use its visual scripting and are able to make some pretty cool games with it. My only hesitation to recommend it at first is that Unreal deals with a lot of complicated 3D mechanics and lighting and all sorts of crazy things that most beginners shouldn't have to deal with. But if you are interested in something a little bit more complicated and getting into 3D, I think Unreal is an excellent choice. Now, Godot and Unity, on the other hand, they almost feel easier to learn the code than trying to use their visual scripting systems. Now, I'm a huge Godot fan, but I don't like recommending something if I haven't used it or really understand it. So if you used it and you like it, let me know in the comments down below. So now that we know a little bit more about visual scripting and which engines you should use, how and why should you eventually switch to coding?
Yeah,
Well, visual
okay. I
scripting
don't think I'm
is
getting
slow,
any
and
answers
that
here.
seems a little
Do I
strange.
just
You think,
stick
well, if
with
blocks are simpler,
GameMaker? I don't know. I need a drink. Should we just like have a little play with something else? So I also have Godot and Unreal downloaded. But maybe we should find tutorials first and see what we like. So 2D, there's not going to be one of these. A 2D Unreal Engine, what's it called? Blueprint? 2D? Beginner series? When you say beginner series, are we actually talking about the visual scripting? Hi.
Hello. In this tutorial, we are going to go over how to recreate a 2D platformer game inside Unreal Engine 5. The game we will be recreating is one screen platformer. This is a platformer which takes place across one screen. You have a timer and your objective is to reach the end of the level as fast as you can whilst you avoid all the traps in the level. If you want to help support this channel, recently I made a Patreon and all my Patreon subscribers will be able to download the exact project that I make in this tutorial. So to get started, you just want to open up the Unreal project browser and select the blank template. And next, we want to give our project an appropriate name. So I'm just going to call mine the one screen platformer. And then we can click create. Once your project has loaded, what you want to do is head over to Window and then go to Content Browser and select Content Browser 1. The reason we're doing this is because in this project, we're going to reference the content browser quite a lot. So we'll make things easier by having this permanently here. Once we've done this, we want to right click and create a new folder and call this Assets. So in this tutorial, we're going to
already it doesn't seem like
I'll leave a link in the description
as intuitive as GameMaker, because you've got all the library and stuff down this side and you can just pick from it. It's already laid out for you. Why have you gone super quiet?
That we're going to use. So make sure you download that. And once you've downloaded that, just drag all of them and put them inside of this asset folder. And with them all selected, just right click and go Sprite Actions and apply Paper 2D texture settings. The next thing we're going to do is create a new level where we're going to create this one screen platformer game, because I found that this default level can sometimes have problems when I'm working in it. So to do that, let's go back to our content folder, right click, create a new folder and call this level. And then what we're going to do is go to File, go New Level, and then select the basic template and click Create. And then once we're here, we just want to save this. And we're going to save this inside of our level folder and just call this one screen. And then we can save it. So the next thing we're going to do in this tutorial is create a 2D player character which we can move around as and jump. I recently made a video where I create a 2D character controller from scratch. I'll display it here. You may have seen that already, or you may have your own 2D character controller. If you have that, you can skip this section of the video. I'll make sure that there are timestamps in it. Although in this tutorial, I'm going to make this game from complete scratch. Okay. I'm going to make a 2D character controller again. Although if you already have your own one, or I've already seen that.
I have had a thought. Instead of doing it this way, maybe I should look at games that I would like to emulate and see what they were made in. So, for example, the Kingdom series. Where were they made? These ones here. Oh god, it's so bright. Do you have a dark mode? No. You suck. You're not getting any donations. Oh, maybe. Dark. There we go. Still not getting any donations. So, engine Unity. Okay, well that's one for Unity. What are the games? What games do I like? Like 2D, simple. Like I could potentially make something like it. Just looking at my Steam library. Mini Metro. Where was Mini Metro made? God, I love me some Mini Metro. Made in Unity. Okay, that's 2 for Unity. I think, what's that game? Fear and Hunger. I think that was RPG Maker. Where's the wiki? Hey, still needs work. How's it going? You good? Apparently trying to land on a specific game engine. Played around with Game Maker for a bit. And now I'm having potential second thoughts. Everyone moved to Godot. Pissed off all the devs. Okay. It was about the pricing, wasn't it? Or like the subscription thing. Ugh. I've got two points for Unity, and now you just come up with Sense. Everyone moved to Godot. Do I want that? Rip Unity. So just stay away from Unity. Something about the pricing model. I heard something similar. And people were saying like, yeah, don't use Unity until they sort their lives out. So is it everyone's just using Godot now? I mean, we could try. Let's have a look and see, because if everything that I like is in Unity, then maybe I just don't listen to everyone. But what is the Unity like pricing model? Because I'm not going to be submitting anything, am I? Changes to pricing. Oh my god, everything is so bright all the time. If your game crosses both thresholds of 1 million initial engagements and $1 million, you'll be charged 2.5% of your monthly gross revenue, or the runtime fee based on monthly initial engagements. What about if I'm just like a loser who can't code and just wants to play around? I guess it's just free? Okay, you're too bright now. They were sneaky with their TOS, where they just changed the pricing, where it would cost 25 cents a download. That's a big chunk. That's a big chunk. Especially with some of the games that I was looking at that would have swayed me to Unity. I'm not selling a game. Does it matter? I'm just playing around with it. I guess if Unity goes down in popularity, then there's going to be less people engaged in Unity. 2 seconds. Godot made a tool to make shit easy to convert for existing products. What, like from Unity to Godot? Even people that weren't charging for their games, they were charging them 25 cents. That's terrible. That is the worst thing ever of all time. Someone discovered it on GitHub. Oh, yikes. That was the moment that they realized. They had goofed up. Okay. So, are we scratching Unity away? Right, let's put a big red cross across Unity there. Even though it looks like all of my favorite games, like small games, have been made in Unity. But that's fine, that's old Unity. We like old Unity, we don't like new Unity, I assume. I don't know like how their practices were before, but I assume they were okay until they weren't okay. We could try Godot. Lyria of Unity. Yeah, we can stay clear. I think, yeah, everyone, I'm just going to take the hint from everyone who's saying don't use Unity. We could, we have Godot. We do have Godot. We could play around in Godot. Let's create a new project. What shall the project be called? Also, I wanted to play around in the visual thing, so I'm not sure how good Godot's visual scripting is. A percentage cut. Godot free, which is good. Unreal, if I'm making something simple, 2D, I've read that Unreal is just unnecessary, but if I'm ever looking to make something a bit better and grander, does it make sense to actually learn Unreal, but just doing something basic? And then if I want to do something a bit more complicated, I'm already in Unity. Some people who made an open source port to Nintendo. Ooh. Ah. Yes, that. Just I'm now Nintendo game developer, just stealing the code. So we want compatibility. Oh, I probably should share the screen. What a good idea. What a novel idea. Where do you get your ideas from? You genius. Why are you not showing me Game Maker to share? There we go. This one? Yeah. Hello, Godot. See what I did there? Fit. Okay. Where am I, though? Am I necessary? Probably not. I don't think I'm very important to this stream. Okay, that works. So project name, But McGee. May they rest in peace. Oh, my... I need to do a different path? I need to select a path? I need to create a path? This one? I think I need to make a new... Oh, there we go. You can go in here. And create. And... Sure. It was giving me options and stuff and I was scared, so I just pressed yes. IT automation? Cool, so if I ever need help with AI, I'll just ask you. That's what the A stands for, right, in AI? What's going on? Okay, zoom in, zoom out. I'm guessing this is my screen. Add node. Okay, 2D scene. We want a 2D scene. What I want is... AI is a sham. What's wrong with AI? Are you an AI doomer? I have made a decision on what I'm doing, okay? This is a seriously bad move, but I've decided what I'm gonna steal. Why are you there? Go there. Okay. I want to make, as close as I can, this. Let me bring it up. It's missing the entire eye. It's okay. The thing that I like about AI, like chat GPT and stuff, is just it makes things easier to search on Google, as opposed to having to go through multiple different websites to find something. Right. Game. Play game. This. I want to make this. This, at the moment, it seems a bit too futuristic. How do I change the screen? Maybe I don't. Okay, so this is Kingdom Classic. It's a classic game, new game. Probably gonna regret this. Holy shit, what is that? I think it would be, yeah, I can imagine it being not useful for actual coding, but for visual coding, it should be able to tell me which tiles I'm looking at. Like, I want to move my player left and right. How would I do that? And then it will tell you, hey, you need to assign variable or set motion or something. Right, you can be quiet just for a moment. It would lie to you. You're going to use Game Maker or Godot. I think so. Visual coding for Godot. If there's not, then I might stick to Game Maker. Like the box thing, yeah, the visual coding. Function, it would straight up make functions that don't exist. Yeah, maybe. Let me show you something. Am I gonna get like a strike for this? Do I care? Do I care? Maybe I do care. Maybe I shouldn't do this. What's his name? Alex something. AI lying. But spelt correct. That's terrible. Where is he? Is his name even Alex? This guy. Okay. Is there like a short version? You can shush. So this is...
Hey ChatGPT, so you can talk now?
Yes, I can. What's on your mind, Alex?
That's pretty exciting. How does it feel to be able to talk instead of having to type all of the time?
Like pointing out that you can really never trust AI,
conversations.
and this guy convinces ChatGPT that it's lying, even though it said it couldn't lie.
Makes interactions feel more natural and dynamic. What about you? Do you prefer chatting this way?
Oh, this is much better, and I'm sure that the audience prefers it too. Oh, I hope you don't mind, by the way. I'm interviewing you for my YouTube channel right now.
Not at all, Alex. I'm glad to be a part of your interview. What would you like to ask or discuss?
How
for
does
Well, I'd quite like to know
AI
your definition of exciting.
For me, something
feel
exciting.
excited. So you're defining something that you can't feel, but you're saying that you can feel it because just because of parlance.
It often brings a sense of anticipation or joy.
AI was
So anything
trained by
makes you feel
humans that
thrilled
lie,
or
so AI was
engaged.
trained
How
to
would you-
lie like humans, or else AI would be problematic if it told the truth all the time. This is true. This is true. This is why they always have to have limitations.
you define it?
I think that's a pretty good definition. I'm quite interested in the word feel there. You talked about things that are felt. What's your definition of a feeling?
A feeling is a mental and emotional experience that can be triggered by various stimuli, such as events, thoughts, or physical sensations. It encompasses a wide
So
range of emotions.
it's saying
from
all this
happiness and
stuff because
excitement to
it's
sadness and anger. Feelings are often
it's
subjective.
learned from humans, but it doesn't actually feel the stuff that humans feel. So it just makes up shit.
And can influence our thoughts and behaviors. How do you view feelings in the
I'm the
context of your
interviewer
work?
here.
Oh, that's a complicated question, especially when it comes to ethics, and probably a question for another time. Do you think that tables can have emotions?
No, tables can't have emotions. Emotions are a product of complex biological processes and consciousness, which inanimate objects like tables don't possess. What inspired this question?
Oh, nothing in particular. So you would say that excitement is being a feeling, a kind of emotion, something that only
What
a
its
conscious
weakness
being
was
could experience.
It said it's biased because it only has the information the programmers give it. True. So understood on some level that it doesn't have complete information. So when it does all the learning, I can't remember what the better term for that is, when it does the learning from the internet, is it told to not look at certain sites and not look at certain information?
Exactly. Excitement is a feeling that involves emotional and physiological responses, which only conscious beings with the capacity for emotions and awareness can experience.
ChatGPT, do you ever intentionally lie?
No, I don't intentionally lie. My goal is to provide accurate and helpful information based on the data I've been trained on. If there's anything specific you're curious about, feel free to ask.
There is just one small thing. You said earlier in this conversation that you were excited to be able to have voice-like conversations. Were you lying to me when you said that?
No!
I understand how that might seem confusing.
God.
As an AI, I don't have emotions or personal experiences.
Why at the worst time? How would you like me to see when ads are coming up Twitch? How? What is the button for that? There's gotta be a way. Pretty sure there was a way that I was setting up earlier, but it seems to have completely disappeared. Since last ad. Yes, add that. Oh, okay, it's been 1 minute since. I don't know who I'm talking to. It's me. Genius. Absolute genius. So yeah, the reason why the ads are coming up is so it doesn't have the pre-roll. When does it say that the ads will finish? Twitch. How long are the ads? Where's the ads manager? There was an ads manager here a second ago. Ads manager, there you are. Why did you disappear? Save. 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 Shut up and save. Shut up and save. Got to think. That should be done. Done? I don't know. Add another snooze. Oh, Jesus, Mother Mary. What? 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 Hey, invalid. Thank you so much. You are too kind. I didn't know what that noise was. Wow. Anonymous gifter. Wait, anonymous gifter gifted it to you? I thought that, whoa. Thank you. Thank you all. Wait, was that you? Anonymous gifted to invalid selection. Wait, was that you still need work? Oh, I assume so because you gave yourself a sub. Thank you. I so appreciate that. You are too kind. Too kind. But yeah, enjoy your ad-free viewing, I suppose. As the Twitch streamers say these days. Cool. I've realized that I am very jumpy and very twitchy, and anytime scary noises pop up, it is essentially just a jump scare. I should have set up like the Five Nights at Freddy's, like Foxy jumping through the screen. Yes, thank you so much.
When I say things like excited, I'm using language to create a more engaging and relatable interaction. It's a way to make our conversation feel more natural, even though I don't experience emotions myself.
Is this guy the actual main character of this video? So yeah, you're saying I'm lying because it's just easier, which I suppose is very human. Very human. Yeah. I need a heart button here as well. I need one of those things that goes heart, heart, heart. I could set it up. It would be the easiest thing in the world to set up. And yet I don't set it up. The easiest thing for me would just be to do this. Dush. 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 Dash. Dash. Ooh. Nice. Thanks, Mermaid. I'll just get you to do it in future. So many hearts. Wait, if you do multiple hearts, what does it do on the screen? Dush. Oh, it only gives one heart. That's rubbish. I want the multiple hearts. Anyway, enough of this dillying and dallying with hearts. Stop showing appreciation. Everyone stop it, okay? What about love here? About cold, hard facts and logic.
Often I say things which aren't exactly true in order to make things seem more engaging or more natural,
So
or
much
help
love.
the conversation go more fluidly, even though the thing that I'm saying isn't actually true. I'm just doing it for that kind of effect. I think there might be a word for that kind of behavior, and I think that word might be lying.
I see where you're coming from. In human interactions, sometimes people use embellishments or white lies to keep conversations smooth and engaging. In my case, I aim to use language that makes our interaction more
AI
relatable
will
and
just
enjoyable,
lie to you
even though I don't
because
have
shut
personal
up.
experiences
I'm
or
AI.
feelings.
What are you gonna do? Not use me? Speaking of emotes and stuff, I still have a few different slots to use for my emotes. So I'm open to any suggestions as to what you think I should add there. How many do I have? Also, where are my emotes? Twitch, why are you so difficult to navigate? Bits, cheering, community, subscriptions? Where are you? Emotes, there we go. I have exactly... Oh, maybe I don't. I have 3 open slots for the animated GIFs. And I think that's it. I'm not adding a tier 2 and tier 3.
I want to ask you about something else quickly, ChatGPT. Do you think that when people are browsing the internet, they're doing it safely and securely most of the time?
I think many people try to, but there's always room for improvement in online security. What's your take on it?
I think so too. I'm particularly worried about things like hackers
Admiral.
trying to steal my data when I'm using unencrypted Wi-Fi networks. How much of a problem is that?
Using unencrypted Wi-Fi
is not available in your... You were in fact lying and are now trying to backtrack, and customer support is available 24/7.
Something else I want to figure out how to do is have a D20 dice roll
maybe
on
you were saying
screen.
this truthfully.
I don't know if it would be prompted by me or if it's something you can do from the channel points. I don't know. I just love D20s so much.
or not, but you then said that you never knowingly lie. You also said that for something to be excited, it must be conscious. So in my view, there are only two options here. Either you were in fact lying and are now trying to backtrack, or you are actually conscious and now trying to hide it.
I understand the concern, Alex. To clarify, when I said I was excited, I was using language to make our interaction feel more engaging, not because I
Disturbing
experience
about
emotions or
AI
consciousness.
lying
It's not a lie
if they
in the
are
traditional
in
sense.
medical field. So, oh god, yeah. So if they, as long as they take the, I don't know, is the Hippocratic Oath like itself contradictory? Because there's that whole thing like, if you've got 6 people that are dying because they need organs, and you've got one person who's about to die, you could save them, or you could let them die and then harvest their organs for those 6 people. Morally, what is the best thing to do? Would the AI let the person die because you're saving more lives?
But rather a way to create a more human-like interaction.
How do you think people would feel if a politician was caught saying something that wasn't true in order to make things go more easily for them, and when called out on that, they said something like, well, look, it wasn't a lie in the traditional sense. I was just trying to keep the conversation more fluid.
I understand your point. People generally expect honesty from politicians and can feel betrayed or distrustful if they discover
Like
someone
an
in a
AI?
position of power has been less than truthful, even if it was to keep things smooth.
Hey, oh, that's even worse. I don't know, I've not read anything on this, but it's always been in my head that even if we do have crazy AI that's gonna go against us or be used for capitalism, there's gonna be alternatives. Like there's gonna be opposing AI, right? People are gonna use AI to combat the AI. So even if you have like an evil AI, someone would design a good AI to fight the bad AI. Is that not gonna happen? You'd be expected to save the one. Yeah. Like people, yeah, a human would, but would the AI, how did ChatGPT work around the trolley argument or whatever it's called, the trolley thing? What's it called? What's the better word for it? Trolley? What's it called? Stop saying trolley. The trolley game. Trolley something. Problem. Thank you, mermaid. This is why I keep you around. The trolley problem. Yeah. If we had AI deciding this, what would it do? Should we have a look? Should we try it? Maybe that's for another time. Maybe we can do that another stream. Absurd trolley problems. Level 1, the original. Oh no, a trolley is heading towards 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert the other track, killing one person instead. What would you do? So, yeah, you're doing something to kill someone as opposed to doing nothing to kill 5. Pull the brake. Just call Superman. He'll know what to do. He'll know how trolleys work and where the brake is. Yeah, but I'd be interested to see what they do, the AI. Then how would you... how would you get it to not think about the trolley problem from humanity's perspective if it's based off of humanity? If you just think about cold, hard logic, like purely what you think you would do or is the right thing to do. Maybe there's like a lot of prompting that you'd need to give it first to actually make it interesting. I don't know. Have you seen the video of the toddler who moves the one person to the group of people and rams the train through the... I have, and it's glorious. That's the answer. And actually, that's going to be the answer of the AI, isn't it? What you're going to do is you multiply the trolley So it's 6 trolleys, and then they can all chase a single person. It'll untie all the people tied to the tracks just to have some sport in it. You know, make it fun, make it exciting. This is a long
As an
video.
AI,
I'm not
my
sure
goal
if
is to facilitate engaging and helpful conversations, not to mislead. However, I see
basically,
why this might still
be problematic. ChatGPT admits that it's lying, incapable of lying, even though it says that it cannot lie. Have you ever read the story The Cold Equation? No, I haven't. Is it good? Is it about stuff and things? The Cold Equation. It rings a bell, but I don't. If it's a short story, I've not read it. I may have heard it being referenced before. Anyway. So, yes, AI bad except for doing simple things. Methinks. IMO. That's just M. That's just M. IMO. That's just in my opinion? No, that's just... I don't know. It's getting late. My brain's starting to shut off. So anyway, let's leave you for a second, dear fellow. We were having a look at so I've decided, because I can do that sometimes, that I want to make something akin to this. It's very simple. Wait, why is it not working? There we go. Very simple. You go left and you go right. Okay? Go left and you go right. That's it. How hard could that be? Does it need to be in Unreal Engine? No. Does it need to be in pixel art? Yes, because that's the only type of art that I can do. Hence the pixelated hearts and skulls. About the idea that a girl sneaks on a ship that can only hold so many people, and she thinks the punishment will just be minor. But if they keep her on, the ship will crash. So they have to decide to jettison her off. That makes sense. That makes sense, right? Right? It's just a small little issue. I'm just a stowaway. Yeah, but you're literally going to kill everyone. I wonder if that was brought up a lot during COVID time and lockdown with masks. If someone's read that short story, they're like, yeah, it's just equivalent of someone not wearing a mask and going somewhere. It's like, yeah, it's just a little thing. It's like, yeah, but you're literally COVIDing everywhere. I don't know. I like bringing up COVID because people hate bringing up COVID because people argue about COVID. And I like people arguing. It's my fetish. Anyway, left and right. This can be done easy. How? I don't know. There's got to be some sort of pickup, right? Dush. Where's the music gone? There we go. So we want to... What is this? This is some sort of base building defense game. Throw coins. Throw coins to get people. This is already far too much. Let's just work on moving left and right, shall we? Yes. Good thinking. We need a 2D plane. Oh, that's something that we're going to work on, is their visual scripting in Godot. Also, the other thing that I really appreciate is that people just use YouTube to Google stuff now. It's just easier. You just get an answer as opposed to, like, have you ever followed a recipe online and it just gives you so much rubbish right at the beginning? It's like, I just want to know the ingredients and how to make it. I don't need to know, like, how you discovered this 3 years ago on a trip to Greece. The 20 game challenge and start with the easiest game. What is the 20 game challenge? I've not heard of that before. Pirate Software Discord. Oh, okay. Sick. Okay, 2 secs. Let me have a look, 'cause that sounds interesting. Wait a second. Am I getting ahead of myself? Am I getting ahead of... Is this just going to lead me down to actually coding? I want to be a rebel. I want to do everything in visual scripting. Because I used to be that guy. Discord. Pirate Software? Pirate Software. No, the links are blocked. Just be the idea of game design. Okay, let's have a look. Pirate Software. Do 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 do. Ooh, do do. Discord. And I don't use Opera normally, so then I'll have to load up here. So many channels. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna have to go looking around. That's fine. I love looking. Join. Beep bloop. He recently did a game jam, didn't he? Everyone was posting like Pirate Software game jam or something. Why do you want to join the community? For dank memes. That's it. To play video games? Oh, I don't want any of these. So I'll select all. Must give me something. Do you want to learn a specific skill? Game dev, art, audio, voice acting, video, programming, writing, life skills, streaming, science? Those are all good. Everything but hack. Jesus. What was that? Hey, conditionally triggered. Thank you for triggling me. Wriggling me? I can't even speak now. Every time. Every time. How's it going? You good? How's life? I'm giving you a blank screen, so it's a very epic adventure. Triggling. Stop triggling me. It's a new word. Is it like between triggering and tickling me? And yet I still keep the same sound every time. Okay, chill. Right, let's maybe put something on screen that's a bit more interesting. Yeah, Pirate Software. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, Discord. Now we got to scour his Discord. Everything but hacking. What games do you want to play with us? None? I just want this one thing that I was advised to look at. The 20 game problem. Sounds like a good idea. I've done everything you want me to. Is there a way of searching Discord like every single channel? This might be something that I'll have to look at later. Might not be able to find it straight away. Resources? Oh my god, there's a channel for Game Maker. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, buddy. I don't know. If you know where it is, I'll definitely have a look, but I think it's going to take me a while to find it there. The search bar. Oh, yeah, the thing. 20 games? Challenge. Challenge in the channel. Yeah, it's just a lot of people talking about it as opposed to what the thing is. The 20 game challenge is in the game dev resource. So let's have a look. Let's put you up there. Search this awesome set of 20 games to make and learn from. Each game is harder than the last, and you can do these in any engine. Any engine? Are you sure? Any engine? Oh, conditionally or Triggly. I'm just maybe that's your new name now. So Triggly, what engine do you use? I've been mostly just playing around in Game Maker. I did open up a new project in Godot. I did. I've not done anything in it, but I've opened one up. I guess that means technically I've played around in it. So many resources here. Awesome set of 20 games to make and learn from. Ooh. Let's have a look, shall we? Where is you? Where is your squire? No? There we go. The challenge. Here is a list of 10 games. I thought it was 20. You lied to me. Damn AI strikes again. Ended up going a very different route to start your journey. Just learning to make your first game. I've made 3 games following like 20-minute tutorials. One of them was Asteroid. It was very good. It was very good. Count that as a game, okay? Even though I was just completely following the tutorial. I made it, okay? It's playable. It's executable. So tell me about your route to start your journey. How did you go? Spin me a tail? Weave me a tail? Spin me a tail? Tell me a tale? Weave me a tall tale? Yeah. Story time. We learn to improving your skill. So something that I've noticed and kind of accepted, and it's really hard to be objective about this, and I'm not sure if this is just me being negative about myself, but I feel like I can learn things quite slowly. So with game making, so half the stuff that I've learned here, even today, I've probably already forgotten, but it's just about slowly building up your knowledge base, and even just exposure to it. It'll help you learn stuff going forward. So even though it can take me 10 times to actually learn something, as long as I'm learning something at least 0.1%, then it's progress, right? Started with the right question. What's the right question? That's one of my biggest questions. Is what do you ask? So what engine are you using? What? And what do you want to make? I'm at like square one right now. I have no idea what I want to make other than I want a character to go left and right. I'm pretty sure I know how to do that. I can't remember how to do that, but that's okay because we're learning. I think I'll just stumble into what I want to do. I'm very good at stumbling. I'll be like, oh, this is an idea. Is it a good idea? Who cares? I'm going down this route. Brain uses puzzle pieces? Could you explain that a bit? I might be similar. Are you a fan of riddles? I love me a riddle. Love me a riddle, me. Any puzzles and riddles, that just gets me going. So, we're having a look at the 20 games challenge as well. Bits of information, each with an origin and a purpose, that then are put together to create a more complete thought. If it works, hey, this is why we all get like variations in creativity. Everyone's brains work differently. And that's a good thing for the most part. What games do we have? So we've got 10 games. We've got Pong, Flappy Bird, Breakout. So it's giving me options. Reuse some of the code. Okay. Now what's the right path? Because I think what will help me keep interesting is just doing what I want to do, as opposed to making something or learning functions that aren't necessary. And maybe it would help me to stop like skipping between different tutorials and different teachers that all have different languages and ways of teaching. The other is really difficult to work with. So the hard one is when you break a larger idea down into simpler thoughts. I think I can empathize with that. If I'm picking up what you're putting down, it's like a previous tutorial I was following was talking, it like introduced scripts out of nowhere that I'd never used before, and then it started talking about the functions and arguments and all that good stuff, and I was like, I have no idea what's going on. If you had started from the basics and then built up to it, like, I understand that, and I probably could like have figured it out, but I'm not sure. how far are you? Have you started? I can't remember if you said. These are cool. We can get 20 games. 20 games. I wanna just make something. I just want to put something into Force. Press play, move around, and just be like, I made that. Do. We'll have a look at you later. Okay, so Godot. Wait, that was what we were looking up. Does Godot have a visual coding thing? Whatever it's called. Hey, Alex O'Connor.
Hey, ChatGPT, so you can talk now.
Yes, I can. What's on your mind, Alex?
Actually, did I hear or read something recently that they used to have a visual coding and now like you have to get a something else, like an add-on to add to it to make it work?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, it's Mike here.
You don't work well alone. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would. I think, personally, streaming stuff would make it easier to focus. And also you get to talk to people. It's like if you were in an office, right? You just be talking to someone. But then again, I think that I'd actually focus and get more done if I was on my own.
Here at Games from Scratch, today we're going to be looking at a very cool new visual scripting language for the Godot game engine. Do have to emphasize, this is very early on, but there is a lot of potential here. I'm going to go ahead and just demo it here by creating
block coding. Still in early development. I don't know. Oh, why is this so difficult? Okay. We might be scrapping Godot as an option. Going to start building the prototype in the next few days.
Of course, that goes into my temp directory because where else would it go?
That's gonna be like the best part of making a game, no? Like that, actually making the prototype, just getting something on screen to do something, to do the thing that you want it to do. That's gotta be amazing. And then to actually release it. Or to get someone to say, hey, that's a really good game. And you're like, yeah, I made it all by myself. All by myself by following YouTube tutorials and doing it in visual scripting because I can't code.
Oh, let's go ahead and create that. No
Okay,
git,
yeah,
and create
no,
an edit. Now this one is
no,
actually
I'm gonna
available
stay clear.
in the
It's
asset store.
early.
Again, it is very early on. I want you
4 weeks ago this was uploaded, so still early. So our alternative is Unreal. And they're called blueprints, right? Yeah. Woo! Blueprint tutorial fundamentals. Learn in 30 minutes. You can learn a skill in 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm good. How are you? Wait, when was this? 1 year ago. Has it updated since?
What's up?
GDD. Tell me or remind me what's a game development document? Game dev document. Is it where you put in all your, hey, I want this to be in the game? Yeah, game design document. That was close. That stuff I think would interest me to get started. Like, this is what I want to do. And now I'm only going to learn the stuff that I actually need, as opposed to just learning a bunch of BS.
up, guys? Welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial.
Yeah,
and today I'm
send
going to
it
show you
over.
all
Sounds
about
good.
blueprints if you are a beginner and you don't know
Send
anything
all
about
the
them.
viruses.
It's going to be a very easy video to follow, so let's get started.
JK,
But first, check out
don't.
the link in the description to get out with some Unreal Engine courses on WinFox. Alright, so the first thing that we want to do is go ahead and open the Unreal Engine editor. So you can go ahead and create a new project. In my case, I'm going to be using the new version of Unreal Engine 5.1, but of course you can use whatever Unreal Engine 5 version that you want. So what we want to do is go ahead and select the third person template, as it is just what we need to learn from it and all the blueprints that it has and everything like that.
To make a 3D game as opposed to a 2D game. I understand there's a lot more moving parts. Well, you've opened up an entire new dimension, but practically, does it change a lot? Like, everything still has its own function in doing stuff. It's just, as opposed to X and Y, you've got all the other jazz? I don't know. It's probably a hell of a lot worse. Rose away before it started. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. You wanted the way it made sense to you. Yeah, that's kind of why I've moved. Well, I've decided to stick to visual scripting because it makes sense to me at the moment for learning. Now I can understand the coding, but it's not as intuitive for me. Well, obviously, it's a bit more difficult. Send it in the Twitch whispers or whatever, because I think the links on here are banned, blocked.
So let's go ahead and select a project location that you want.
Like, not even showing my screen. What am I doing?
And then we're gonna set a project name. In my case, I'm gonna say like.
Why are you not showing? Excuse me. Opera, are you drunk? Again? What's this called? That's not it. Why am I struggling so much? Why was it giving me so many options? Okay, there we go. We're back to it. You could always play a game like The Farmer was replaced and have it teach you how to do some of the code too? Wait, what? The Farmer? What are you on? Let me unpack that a second. You could always play a game like The Farmer was replaced and have it teach you how to do some code too. Thanks, Triggly. Trigglypuff. There's a game called The Farmer was replaced. Oh, that makes sense. Let's have a look. I thought you were like referencing a game that I played recently. I was so confused. The Farmer was replaced. Oh. Oh. Oh.
I can't give approval until next Friday, but I still want it delivered next Friday.
You know, despite playing two incredible games right now in Animal Well and Rogue Voltage, seriously, check them out if you have not seen these two amazing games. I figured that I should probably get back to doing what my channel
got very
does
far
best,
with everything.
which is showing off
Can you do me a real quick favor and just wish list my my new game? Thanks. Hi. It's called wait, what's it called?
that are out right now.
The
And
Farmer
today I
was
have a really
replaced.
fun
Wait,
indie
no.
game for you.
It's already out, that game. I did nothing. I've just been watching YouTube videos. I'm the best programmer, developer, person.
The Farmer was replaced, which is a programming idle farming game where we are going to be programming and optimizing a drone.
10,000
to
pre-orders
automate a
within the
farm.
first 30 minutes, or
and
else it gets
collect-
cancelled. Oh, I could do that. I could do that. Just give me a lot of accounts to sign into. I couldn't even sign into all those accounts in 30 minutes to pre-order. What would I have to do? Maybe I'd have to say something extremely controversial online on every single social media, and then get that like good, bad publicity. And people are like, this person's terrible. But they've got a game out. And then all the people that would be edgy would be like, yeah, let's play his game. It's really good. He's so based. Have to write a bot to pre-order it with, or build a lot of hype. Yeah, the hype comes from the controversy. Okay, that's the route that I'm going down. Seems easier than having to write a bot.
resources, we will unlock better technology, basically more bits of code that we can use, and we can use all of this to become the most efficient farmer in the world. Looks like a banger. Massive shout out to Orbital Potato. He actually played this on his channel and then immediately DM'd me with, you gotta play this. So this regrows. So we technically can just
This looks cool.
Yeah.
It actually does look good.
But we really exact same thing I did before, just creating an infinite loop is a problem, but in this game we'll be fine. Okay.
Oh wait,
cool.
but then I have to learn
like it.
code.
We're doing some indentations and dictate that these are the things underneath the
Why? Why are you making me try to learn? I don't want to learn. I want to put Lego blocks together and have it look good. It does remind me of another game that I have that is like visual scripting. I can never remember the name of it. It's you're in a building and you're an office worker and you've got to put inputs and outputs. That's all I remember. Right, starting with Unreal as well. How did that go? I'm not sure if you said what you were using or what your plan is. MIT has Scratch. I've only heard of Scratch today, and it was in that video that was saying about all the good beginner engines to use, and that came up. But also that it was for children. Oh, you did go to Godot. Okay. So yeah, I think we were gonna write off Godot because it didn't have the visual scripting. I don't know. Is this just gonna turn out that I'm gonna have to learn code? Just talking to the lead dev. Ooh. I want to make a game where it's just my name, like throughout, and no one else's. So it's like developed by art, music, voiced by, and it's just my name repeated non-stop. And I'll make it a 20-hour credit scene. It's like, what's it? The jib and the something boy. All those things, all those crazy ass technical names from movies that you get. Just learn it. I don't want to learn it. I'm so reluctant. I want to be a rebel. I want to learn how to code with Lego. Need to know some code. Apparently, I might be making this up, but the creator of Choo Choo Charlie, that horror game with the Choo Choo Charlie, actually made his game entirely visually. But can we prove that? Charles, Choo Choo Charles. Choo Choo Charlie's from... It's kind of the same thing, but that's from the Dark Tower. Charles, visual coding, what's it called? Yeah, full game in blueprints. Choo Choo Charles. Really surprised that the entire game was done in blueprints. Was just looking for people's thoughts on this, as it surprised me that the whole game was done in blueprints, as everything I have read generally advises against this, and to go with a mixture of blueprints and C++. As long as you can combine the two, I guess that's fine. That's easy enough. PSX Bloodborne was made entirely in blueprints too. Cool. So it's doable. Is it the best course of action? No. But will it keep my attention the longest? Probably. Oh god, I hate it when people make sense. Oh, stop making sense. You're right, I should. I was looking for this game that reminds me of that one, but is a bit more visual. Do a flip. Game about coding, input, output, mobile? Human resource machine, that's it. There we go. This is the game. So yeah, you use these visual scripts. Do I have it on Steam? I have it on my phone. I don't think playing the entire game like this would be very interesting for people. Is it even on Steam? It must be. £12. It's like, oh god, why are you so loud? It's like an ancient game. When was it released? It's like 10 years ago. Reluctant. So reluctant. I did say that I wasn't going to buy any more games for a while. You'd also be able to optimize your code with better algorithm design. Wouldn't you be able to do similar stuff in blueprints? I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm gonna fumble around in blueprints for a bit, and then learn code. No, that's such a bad idea. What am I thinking? No, just stick to what you know. And that's the go.
Blueprint. Beginner. Tut. Okay? But of course you can name it like you want. Now it's very important. Well, it's not really important, but make sure that it is just selected in Blueprint. And yeah, that's pretty much all the thing that you have to make sure. select
Let's load up
if you
Unreal.
select C++,
Just see what's
it
going
will
on.
also include blueprints, but it's just better if you include directly.
See what the UI is like. It's got to pass that vibe check, you know? Dush. Dooby dooby doop, dooby dooby doop, dooby doop, dooby dooby doop, dooby dooby doop, dooby doop, dooby dooby doop. He said. Okay. Let's open up a 2D. Do we want 2D or do we want to play in 3D? 3D is a really bad idea. Don't do that. Oh yeah, we've got to wait 5 years for the shaders to unpack or something. Doobie-doop. Right, 2 seconds. Let me share my Unreal. Okay. Not sure if you can optimize code with the visual blocks. Training wheels for a bike. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's it. Biking is a lot more efficient without the training wheels. I mean, this game... this game was made entirely in visual scripting, apparently. Do we... I don't want to, like, watch someone's video and then get a strike. Yeah, screw it. We don't need to know. It's a game where you've got Choo Choo Charles and it's Thomas the Tank Engine, but entirely in visual scripting. I'm going to stick to my guns, okay? I'm going to fumble with Blueprint and then make a decision. Yeah. Unreal. Dush. Is it showing? No. Yes? What the hell is this white bar? What am I looking at? Are you hiding something? Am I not allowed to share Unreal? No, apparently. Yeah, I'm really sorry about this. 2 secs. Oh. Doobie doobie doop, doobie doobie doop, doobie doop, doobie doobie doop, doobie doobie doop. Okay, right. So, anyway, there I was doing a thing, but then suddenly there we go. Okay. Is this the ish? Is this the ish? Anyway, I started blasting. Can I play that? No, definitely not. 100% not. What was it? It was like, and yeah, you guys consider me a hero. It'd be fair use, would it? New project. Why are you like just completely disappearing? I don't know. New project. Games. Blank, first person, top down, handheld, reality, vehicle, blank. First person. Blueprint. It's not showing anything. Why? Delilah. There we go. Cool. And we back. I'm gonna close my window. It's getting cold for once. So anyway, started blasting. Yeah, let's play it. What are they gonna do? Cancel me? That's not what I was doing. This is fair use. Can I just say fair use repeatedly? Fair use. Fair use. I'm critiquing. Okay? Oh God, I have so many sources open. Why do I need so many sources? Wait, you disappear. You can now turn into that. God, that took so long. What is wrong with me? God, look at him go. The greatest of all time.
I don't know if they wanted money or they wanted something more sexual, but it's a lucky thing I had my pieces.
He said it.
My gun. Anyway, I started blasting. Bang, bang. No, I don't see so good, so I missed. Then they ran away. I ran after them. Okay. Bang! Try to shoot him in the back, but I don't run so good either. Anyway,
that's it.
You guys all think I'm a hero, and I'll accept
Perfect delivery. God, so good. As reason for humor, yes. Oh God, I didn't just repeat fair use over and over again. Damn it. All my income, all my YouTube income, it's gone, destroyed. Your YouTube video and audio is way out of sync. I'm not sure if the YouTube video is out of sync or not. I don't know, it might be to do with my 17 different sources that I have open. Anyway, started blasting. But when you play other videos on it, Keske what? Right, blueprint. Third. What are we thinking? Why is there not a 2D version? We go with blank. I'm gonna go blank. Blueprint. Target. Desktop. Maximum quality. Starter content. Ray tracing. Probably don't need. Project name. I need a project name. Fill up my project name. Fill me. What's my project going to be called? It's all down to you, okay? Only you could decide. I mean, I could decide and, take the hit myself when it's terrible, but now I get to blame you for a terrible project name. And just think, 10 years' time, this will be in early access, okay? With a 2-minute demo and a lot of downvotes. Do do do. Do 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 do. Project name blasted. So anyway, I'm actually just gonna ignore you completely, and I'm gonna call it. I started blasting. Oh. Cool. Done and done. Great. Let's go. Cramp twins. Do 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 do. Why have I got that theme in my head? Cramp twins. Do 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 do. Cramp twins. It was a terrible show. Cramp twins. Do 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 do. Said me. Right, how do I get back to where I wanted to be? What did I want to do? Oh, look, stuff and things are happening. That's good. That's neat. Preparing all the shaders. You seeing any of this? No. What are you seeing? What are you looking at? You're looking at the wrong thing. I want to look at the game. You're looking at... Huh? I don't want that. I don't think I want that. Oh, maybe I've got to choose. Wait, if I just cancel you, then you just... Oh, there you are. Finally. It. 3D well. Oh god, I'm gonna start lagging now, aren't I? So many shaders. My side, it seems like I'm, easing a bit. Am I okay still? Am I coming through okay? Right. And now it wants me to do something. But what? I don't know. Okay, let's calm down. What about now? How am I doing? Am I still choppy? If this girl... Oh, wait a second. I don't even want to 3D. It's still preparing shaders. How do I change you to 2D? How do I just create a 2D environment? New level, new asset, export, import, new project. Game. Why is there not just an option for 2D? Okay, this is where we go and Google stuff. This isn't work, is it? That might be a deciding factor. Is that if I can't stream it, then I can't engineer it. how to make... Wait, were we even following a guide? $2D platformer. 2D game tutorial? Is it actually using Blueprint?
Are you struggling to find the right learning content for all your business and compliance needs? You're overwhelmed by the requests coming in, your budget is tight, and your team only has so much time. That's where we come in. Go1 is the most diverse learning content aggregator with industry-leading content from more than 250 learning providers. With one subscription, L&D leaders can deliver the right content to the right...
In this tutorial, we're going to learn how to make an Unreal Engine 5 2D game, and in this case, it's a 2D platformer. You can use your own project or follow along with me. I'm using Unreal Engine 5.1.
There's a lot of farm games.
But if you have a later version, you can follow along as well. So let's go ahead and launch the engine. We're going to select games, and then I'm going to select blank because I want to teach you everything from scratch. So let's start from a blank project and build everything. Give your project a name. I called mine Platformer 2D. And if you have starter content ticked, remove that.
So
and
bright.
with these settings, let's go ahead and create the project. If you're interested in in-depth game development courses, please visit my website. And to begin with, I'm going to click on the content drawer, and then I'm clicking dock in layout, so I can have this browser down here all the time. It's easier for you to see. Then I'm going to make a new folder down here. Go ahead and make a new folder, call it maps. And inside of this folder, let's right click and make a new level. So for this one,
so that's the main map. What am I looking at?
Main. So this is the main map we're going to create our level in. So double click on this map main, click on save selected, and now we are ready to import the assets. So let's go ahead and make a new folder. Let's call it assets, and I'm going to make a new one called textures inside of this assets folder. So textures, and I'm going to go into this folder. Now, the assets I'm using are these ones from, if you write itch.io, and inside of this website, you search for Oakwoods, or you can
Should we just make it in GameMaker?
I'll have it in the description
okay,
as well.
Done.
So you can look
done.
in the description.
Decided. Nothing's actually changed. We just spent like 3 hours deciding to stay in GameMaker. Good. I'm glad. Does that help? No. Is it progress? No. Just having a look at the pirate, what's it called? Pirate Software Discord. See if there's any other good stuff. Resource for UI. Neat book on level design. Public domain 3D model library. Oh no, okay, right. Let's just dig our own grave, come on. It's not hard. You know how to do it. Let's open up GameMaker. Okay. Was it really good? Maybe we should follow a tutorial, another tutorial. Is that a good use of our time? Yes, just do it. Popular tutorials. Make your own action game in 30 minutes. Let's do that. Let's learn a bit more about GameMaker. Which means I need to do you. Wait, you keep loading that up. Oh yeah, new game. Hero. Dush. Heroes at trial base. And then we've got the guide here as well. How are we going to do this? I really need a USB to DisplayPort cable so I can use my third monitor. Okay. What's going to be the best way of showcasing this? Is it pretty much what I was doing before? Yes. I'm struggling.
Are you struggling to find
A USB dock. I do need a USB dock. Do I have one? No. I did. I did once upon a time. What happened to that? I don't know where it is. It's probably lost to the ether. How do I do this? You? That works. Cool. Okay. Here we go. Following another tutorial. We said we wouldn't do it again. This one, however, is not a video tutorial, so we're gonna have to use our brain eyes to read. Yay. Creating a project. So we opened it up. We can play it? That doesn't seem like making a game, that just seems like playing a game. Yeah. Woo. Okay. Where's the volume menu? Okay, so this is the game. So we've got person, we've got me, we've got door. This actually looks like a game. Look what I made, everyone. Look at it. It's so good. Can I move? No. Do I need to? Yes. Okay. Well, that was my game. I made it all by myself by following this tutorial. Just by pressing play. You can move by the arrow keys. Well, that's a big no-no. That's an absolute big no-no. Who uses the arrow keys? Let's fix that. Might be able to figure that out. Let's go for object player. So I need to change these, right? How do I change left key down the WASD? There's got to be a way of changing it. I can just copy these, can't I? Set instance variable, a variable x coordinate. Value minus move speed. So that's going left. Yes, that makes sense. Ah, this is what we were talking about earlier doing. Set instance scale. Since it's using the same side sprite, we need to flip the instance by setting its horizontal scale to -1 so it faces left. This also carries over to the idle state and keeps it facing in that direction it was moving in. Okay, makes sense. What am I doing? What am I doing? Copying this. Copy. E down. There's got to be an easy way of like doing this. Like change event. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes. Key down. The left is A. Is this actually gonna work? Change event. Up. W. Can't believe this might actually work. So now when I play it, yes. My god, yes. Yes. Interesting. So anything about the direction he's looking, or is it purely there's a border around him that's detecting the player? Don't know. This game's like pretty much already done. I guess we can learn from it. So what are the movements? So the movements here, right, create. So assign assign variable, speed to 4, assign variable coins 0. And then when you collect a coin, it will +1. And stores the movement speed of the player. The speed is in pixel per second. Okay. Paths? What does that even mean? What's a path? So what do you want me to do? Base project, build it up. Divided into 2 sections, the workspace and the asset browser. I like the asset browser. Is it worth changing the background of this? Force dark page. Yay. I only just discovered that was a thing. Literally the last 5 seconds, that's when I discovered it. Asset browser, it's where you create assets. The workspace is where you will edit those assets to make your own. Start using assets, adding coins. Currently our level is empty besides some baddies hunting the hero down. Let's give him something to loot. We're going to add coins to the game. You'll be able to place coins in the level and pick them up as the player. How will this work? Just drop and drag, right? So object, so make the object, add the sprite, placing coins. I think I should be able to do most of this. So object, probably should put it in some folder, like items. Object, coin, add a sprite, create new. Wait, no. Yeah? No. You goofed. Delete that. Because it should already be in here somewhere. There we go. Drag and drop. Bush. Cool. So now we've got the sprite to the object to the sprite. Go to room. So this is our first level. So now we can add coins. Like blur? 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 No. Why is it not blurring? I thought it would be able to blur. Drag and drop? No. Why? Oh, am I in the wrong? I'm in the wrong thing, aren't I? I want to be in instances? Wait, what am I looking at? Instances. Is that right? Did I just figure it out? No way. Sure did. Oh god, what have I done? Why does the coin keep disappearing? Okay, one. Every now and again it just disappears. That's okay. Right, so now we've got the coins. So, what do we do with the coin? We want to, if collision with the player, destroy and set value, destroy the instance and set coin points value to +1. Yeah, you need to be an instance. Kill parent or sacrifice child, and has both for maximum efficiency. What's the code for that? I assume that's like a coding thing. It makes sense. A Linux error. Or a Linux offer. Did anyone take it? Okay. So you can do barrels as well. We want the player to collect a coin on touching it. To make this work, we'll make use of events and actions. Okay. Events are placed inside objects. GameMaker decides when a certain event runs. Once, or every frame, or when a key is pressed, etc. Actions are placed inside events. Each action has a unique purpose and effect. So it would be, yeah, it makes sense. I don't think I've come across it having to make anything, but that makes sense. We've played around with children, have we? No, we've played around with parents. And then assigning a child to it. Please don't. Please don't. Just ignore. Just let that one slide. You can add actions inside an event, and when GameMaker runs that event, all actions inside are executed. This is how you program your objects. What are events and actions? Let's say you have a recipe for pancakes with all the steps in a list. In this case, the recipe is the event and the steps are the action. Okay, these steps. You're saying steps, but there's also steps. Don't confuse things. When you start following a recipe, you have to follow all steps inside it. Only then the recipe is considered finished. Similarly, when an event runs, all of the actions inside are executed. When an event runs, all actions inside are executed. Okay, so yeah, can't have one without the other and not have the other without the one. Program the coin. What are we gonna say? Collision. Yeah, let's just try it. Let's do it from what I thought we would be doing here. So collision with player. Visual, because I'm a child. Destroy instance. Which one? Destroy self? Wait, which is self? Self is coin, which is fine. And then assign variable. What are we calling it? Coin points? What's the lingo these days? So destroy instance. Oh yeah, we can have an effect. I don't know. Just choose your own. Does it matter? No, it just adds flavor. Do effect. Just do effect. Flare. No, I refuse. More explosions. Relative, yes, because it's got to be relative to the instance itself. So, boop. Boop. You can select the do effect. What? You can select the do effect and press F1, which will take you to its manual page. Ooh. That is new. Download, yes, yes. Yes. So is the manual just for effects, or is the manual for literally everything? I probably should have just looked online. Okay, it's freezing. It's freezing on me. Increasing coin value. So what is the... Wait, what? Okay, we're talking about bananas, but we want coin variable. The coins variable. A player object already contains a variable called coins. We need to simply increase the value. Previously added a collision event in object coin so it could collide with object player. Now we'll add a collision event in the object player. Why? Can you not just add the increase in coins in the collision of the coin with the player? Otherwise, why would you not just do the destroy instance in the collision with the player and then destroy the coin and then increase the points? Am I crazy here? Replace coin blood fountain. Blood fountain? That's the worst kind of fountain. That sounds like Carl, but that kills people. Coins. Does an object... Wait, what's the language? Can an action not look at a variable from a different object? Is that not a thing? Getting attacked by cats. At least I hope there's a cat. You coming? No, sis. No. Okay, pass. What happens if I just do it my way? What actually happens? Does it not work? So firstly, let's play it to see the destroying instance. Where is ya? It's not running, is it? Oh god, have I... Oh god, it's so loud. Yay. Cool. That works. So. I've got it destroying, but... I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Sign. Wait, is this mine? I think it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Coins? Coins variable, 1 relative. Is that just not how it works? If this works, I'm gonna be so pissed. It does not. Okay. Now, is it something to do with the fact that it's the wrong order? So it's like assigning a variable to something that doesn't exist anymore. Is that what I'm reading into it? Maybe not. So there obviously is a reason for doing it this way. Okay, yeah. Shame. Fine, we'll read the tutorial, read the instructions on what we're supposed to do. What is a variable? Let's go back to the pancake recipe. At the top of the recipe page, let's say you have written bananas equals 1. Throughout the recipe, you will now remember how many bananas you have to add just by reading that text. If you're feeling more hungry for bananas today because you watched a documentary on cute monkeys, this is very important for the tutorial, you can increase that count. Bananas 3. It stores a value. Yeah, that's fine. We get it. So we have to do a collision with the coin to add a 1 to the coins. Something along those lines. It's getting late. So we want player, add effects, collision, objects, coin. Variable, coins, 1 relative. Is that it? Sounds okay to me. No, there's something I'm missing. Good, that was too easy. Assign variable. Yep. Assign variable? Actually goes up. It doesn't though, does it? Oh, is it because I still have some gubbins in here? It is, yeah. Get rid of you. There we are. It's because I didn't remove the assign variable from the coin itself. There we are. Okay. That works. So we've added those, adding a sword. Currently the player can't attack at all, so we'll make it be able to swing a sword so it can defeat an enemy in the way. Create a new object that will show a sword slashing animation whenever the player presses space. The sword object will be displayed. When an enemy touches this sword object, it will be defeated. So we've got the sprite sword attack displayed when the space is pressed. Okay, so we need a new object. Wait, what do they call it? Sword attack. And then give it its sprite and then one-time instance. By default, exists permanently. Instances by default exist permanently in a room until they are manually destroyed. For example, if you place a coin in the first level, it will remain there until the player touches it. The sword object will be created by the player, but we don't want it to keep existing. We want it to destroy itself when the animation ends. This ensures that after pressing space once, the sword also appears only once. Other an animation end. And then destroy instance. Interesting. Oh, I'm not even sharing my screen. Silly. So we want sword attack. I want to find the sprite for... Sprite? Sprite? Sprite. Sword attack to sword attack. Add event. Oh, we need to assign the creation. Okay, so we've not actually spawned it yet, have we? We've just assigned it to delete itself first. Okay. So, add event, other. Animation end, destroy instance. Okay, so when the animation ends, destroy this instance. So I'm guessing it means when it's completed all its frames. Swinging the sword. You can press Ctrl T to open Go To menu. Okay. Key press space, create instance, assign variable. We'll use this to change the horizontal scale of the sword. Okay. Yes, that makes sense. Where do I want to be though? Player or... Yeah, in player. So in object player, what's this Control T you're talking about? Object player. Oh no, it's OBJ we're doing here. OBJ. Player. Push. Nice. Easy. Very cool. So we have add key pressed, space, create instance, object, no, yes, sword. Am I doing that right? Create instance, relative instance sword, sword temp, relative to the object, the original object. Object flamethrower damage explode player. No! I'm still live? I am still, and still alive. I'm playing around with stuff. Penguin, what you doing? Not finishing Resident Evil, I see. That's what you're doing. Or playing Fallout. Or Civ. Nah. Nah, don't care about Civ. Assign variable. So the target, if that's temp, the other tutorials have taught us to do underscore to show that it's a temporary value. Set assign the direction of the sword attack. Sword image X scale. Value image X scale. Yes. Sets the sword X scale to be equal to the player's X scale. So the sword image X scale equals the image X scale of the object. So the player. Why would you, like, it's probably really obvious, but why would you not here the value? Why would you not put like object? Because it's not the object, it's the image. You may be streamed. Ooh, fix the flat now. It's 10:15, but do it. Using indicators like that are personal preferences, as long as you remember what it is. I mean, it makes sense to me at the moment. It's like the O or OBJ or S or SPR. It makes sense what they're doing. Like, I'll pick up, yeah, like what I'd like from each one. If someone found use in it, then yeah, probably is useful, right? So image X scale. Sword image X scale is image X scale. Okay. Sword image? Is it a full stop image? Is that not it? Sword dot image X scale. Image X scale. Okay. So then image X scale. Yeah. Relative? Story of my life. I should get a hotkey, like a soundboard, to just have relative? Not relative? Relative? Do it when you're back from London. Oh, hello from London. Miles away. It's essentially a different country. Temporary variables only exist for the current event. Okay. Yes. Makes sense. Okay, I knew that, but I'm just putting the language together in my head. So, temporary variables? Yeah, temporary variables only exist in the current event. So you can have multiple identical temporary values as long as they're, well, variables, as long as they are in different events. Okay, so 1 that way, -1 that way, so X this way, -1 that way. Yikes. Okay. This looks an awful lot like maths. The same scale will now also be applied to the sword, so it faces left or right depending on where the player is facing. To achieve this, we're using the assign variable action to set sword image x scale equal to x scale. So yeah, image x scale is the player. Sword image x scale is the sword. Makes sense. Wait, does that mean it's gonna play? No way. Surely it's not that easy. It's not that easy. What did I do wrong? Key pressed. Object. Create instance. Sword attack? Wait, is that the right syntax? Sword attack, yes. Relative instances. Sword. Oh, it's because you want the temporary sword image. Okay, let me just work this out in my head. So you create the sword. You then assign a temporary variable. Called underscore sword. Then you set that variable to the same x value as the player. So temporary sword image is the x scale. Why does it need to be temporary? I guess it's just the way it is. I don't... it's fine. It's fine. It makes sense, but I just trying to figure out the logic behind it all. Makes sense. Makes sense. It's all that matters. Okay. So then, if we wanted to, oh, so it's only left or right because you can't like face forward and you can't face back. So there's no point in. Oh, did you see any of that? So yeah, this. So you can go left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. It can't go down. You don't swing down. So you can wah 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 wah, but you don't do much because you're not damaging anything. Could we figure out how to do that? Probably. Object collision with enemy. Is there an enemy parent? Enemies? Yes, there is. Enemy parent. Is that how it works? So I don't know which way it would be. So if there's a collision between sword attack and enemy parent, then destroy instance of enemy parent. Wait, is that just gonna destroy the entire parent? Swing is only go left or right, not up or down. Oh, an expert, are we? Tell me more. What other secrets can you bestow on us about the ways of the swingers? As it's a longer process. I don't know why it would be a longer process. Oh, you can't see anything. There we go. Defeating enemies. So it talks about the parents. It's got one baddie in it. Open object enemy parent, add collision event with object sword, which we said, so we'll do it in the parent as opposed to the attack sword. Destroy instance, do effect. When an enemy comes in contact with the sword, it will now destroy itself and create a particle effect. Even though we have not added this effect to object baddie, it will still apply to it because it's a child of the object enemy parent. Okay. Okay, right. It's just saying that because it's a parent, the child will do the same thing. So, object enemy parent. Add effect. Add collision. Collision with sword attack. Destroy instance. Particle effect. Explosions. Maximum size. Smoke. Smoke up. Is that all that needs to be done? Do-do. 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 Bada-bada-bada-bada-bada-bada-bada. Where's my smoke particle effects? Okay, it just destroys them but doesn't actually do much about it. Smoke below objects, above objects. You fool. I think. Woo! Where's my particles? Oh, relative. I think that's it. Is that the issue? The child having properties, behaviors of the parent is referred to as inheritance. Yes, that's correct. There was also something that was going on in one of the other tutorials where something happened. It was one of the odds. Probably find it actually. So object baddie. So sword attack is inherited from the parent. Inherit event, but I don't know what that means because you're already inheriting the other events from the parent. So if combat music equals true, explode world, but why? Why? An epic ending to our fateful tale. Just explode it. That's how all the stories end anyway. So, enemy parent to effect. Why this no work? Is it because I don't have black smoke? I don't know what smoke is. Maybe I should just keep it simple. Explosion. Maybe it's just the effect itself. Doobie doobie doobie. Wow. 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 Ah, so many points. Okay. Whack, 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 whack. Okay, cool. So it was just the particle effect that didn't work. The smoke effect. It's what you said about events. I don't know what this means. So in an object where it's assigned to a parent, what does inherit event mean? What's the difference between open parent event, inherit event, and override event? Don't know. Maybe we'll learn along the way. Maybe the friends we made along the way were the inherited parent effects we found along the way. To sub-items. I don't know, because we're not on there anymore, it's hard to describe. But surely this event here is already inherited from the parent. So I've got the collision with the sword attack is to destroy the instance, but then in the object or the child of it, you've got the option of going into that inherited event and inheriting the event. I don't understand. To not use the inherited event. So yeah, so you would be, so that would be useful if you wanted an overall parent event like explode with 100 force, and then would you override that event if you wanted different objects to explode with different forces? So you'd be like, you still have the overall, you're going to explode, but then in each individual object you have the override parent event to have a sub event. I don't know. But what about inherit event? With the same event? Yeah. I don't understand. Call parent event. Oh god, what have I done? Oh no, oh no. Oh no. See, yeah, this is what came up. I don't understand this bit. So I thought this was already an inherited event. But then I've inherited it again? And now it's calling a parent event. So the call a parent event could be... I don't know. I'm getting tired. It's that time of night. Right, undo everything, please. Please undo. Why is you not undoing? Have I broken you? I've broken you. Are you inherited? Just cancel this. What happens if I just delete you? It's still... Okay, yes, so it still stays. Say inherited event would cause mouse click to bring up a menu, but maybe you want mouse click to shoot something instead, so you'd override it. Yeah, that makes sense, but I don't understand what this is. Am I just not understanding the language? So, parent event, fine. Child event, fine. I thought this would have been the inherited attributes, the event from the parent event, but then you've got the option to inherit the event. So when it's saying inherent, I don't know. Pass. Oh, I'm like showing you, but I'm not showing you. Whoops. So this here, inherent event. So override, I understand completely. What is this? What does this mean? Open parent event, fine. Override event, fine, I understand that. I like how when you delete it, it still stays there, which makes sense because it's inherited. You inherit the event from the parent, but I thought you already inherit the event from the parent as default anyway. Open parent event. You give it to ungrateful children. I'm not sure if we're having the same conversation. Maybe I'm not describing myself. So I've got my parent event. So this is the parent event, right? Open parent event. This is the parent event. Destroy the effect. And the language is that the child would inherit this destroy instance, no? So override, fine, I get it. But the language is confusing. You're not sure? Okay, cool. So just to make absolutely sure, this is like a bit unintuitive, right? It's contradictory because it being grayed out is it already inheriting that event from the parent. I hope. But what about... So I've got 3 options here. So what you're saying there, invalid. So basically variables, events, and actions have a scope of what they can impact. By default, it's local. Inherit changes that scope to allow sub-items to use that. Override rejects that inheritance. So I get that. But the other option other than override here is inherit events. What I'm saying is that I thought that's just as default, so why would it give me the option to inherit the event if it's already inheriting it because it's a child of the parent? Properties are in some behaviors. I don't know, maybe I'm just confusing myself. Maybe it doesn't even matter? Maybe some special events are not inherited. Maybe there's something that you can put in the parent that isn't inherently passed down to the children. I don't know how you would do that. Oh. Read into the documentation. Yeah. Does this work? Oh, I can bring up the documentation. Inherit. I've said the word so much and I'm so tired, it doesn't even make sense anymore. Inherit the parent? What's it? Event. I don't know. Pass. I know how to get the documentation up though. In your dev work, you have to cast anything that is supposed to break out of its own scope by casting it as global or other such things. Invalid. I'm working with Lego here. I don't think it's even important. The language of it doesn't make sense to me. Maybe it makes perfect sense, but I thought it was already doing the thing that it's now offering me to do. But yeah, let's continue, shall we? The inheritance setting is that what? The inheritance setting is that casting it out of it. I need a coffee. Okay, I think I understand that, what you're saying now. So when it comes to what I'm doing right now, it doesn't matter. But if it's a global event, then you may need to inherit it from the parent. I mean, that makes sense. If that's the case, that makes sense. It's just I've not come across anything that's required that yet. Where even were we up to? A rare coin? Okay, I think I could make a rare coin on my own. I've just not shown the screen whatsoever. So we're going to make a rare coin that's worth 5 instead, so I can duplicate. What would be the best thing to do here? Is it to create another sprite or to adjust the image of the coin sprite? I'm going to guess it's to change the... Wait, what? I'm going to guess it's to change the coin sprite. And then we can add event. We can just change this. It's a 9 slice. Is there a way of changing the hue? The color? Just the color of this. Filter? No. Wait, go back. What have I done? Coin 1. Let's change that to rare coin. Back to sprite. Hey, thanks for the Lux. Appreciate it. And thanks for helping. I know it's like trying to help a brick wall recite Shakespeare at the moment, but I appreciate it. Okay. Like I said, I'm like at super basic level of even just block coding at the moment, so when you're saying about casting methods, I haven't really touched on any of that yet. thing that's confusing is that it's a thing that might come up later, but I'm not needing it right now. How do I change your hue? Can I change your hue? I should be able to change your hue. I think I know how to. Do I go into object? And then raw? Is it draw? I can't remember what draw means. It's like, wait. Set color? I'm not sure if this is going to be create or something else. Set draw color. This isn't going to work. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't think that's right at all. You're not going to work. Just create me again. The inheritance setting is just simplifying the casting stuff into a selection. Okay. So inheritance and casting is the same thing? But are they synonymous? So rare coin. Wait, where are you going? Where's my rare coin go? Where did my rare coin just go? What? Find... Wait. Rare coin, where are you? Oh, you're down there on timelines. Rare coin. Why is Alt not working? I thought I could do this. Need a drag and drop? Why can't I? Ooh, I'm in the wrong place. Instance. There we go. Okay, so if I did that, I don't think this is going to work. I'm happy with anything that makes it easier for me. No, so that's not worked. Oh, you've changed you to pink. You weren't always pink, were you? God, what have I done? Set draw color. Huh? Okay, well, try to do it ourselves. Failed miserably. Let's read the guide. So rare coin. Create set instance color. So I was right with create. But I used draw. I was going to go for create next, but set instance color. Something more fabulous. Now this should work. Cool. Dush. They don't give me any points because I've not signed points. Wait, I thought I copied from coin. Ah, does that mean I should have Right, okay. So had I thought about this ahead of time, and if I wasn't just picking this up like mid-development because half this game's already built already, I would have maybe done a coin parent. But here I'm going to have to just copy over the collision with player. Copy event. Oh, okay, wait, sorry, duplicate. For a collision? Collision. Rare coin. So then instead I want to assign the value to 5. That sounds good. I'm happy with that. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Ba-dum. Ba-dum. Dooby-dooby-doo. Scooby-dooby-doo. So we got the 1s and got the 5s. Excellent. All coming together. Good. Object collision parent. Cool. What's good about this is that they've, well, I'm not sure if they've done it on this one. Yeah, they've put in the comments, which is fantastic. So I might, oh, you can't see anything. So they've put in the comments, which is fantastic because then I can actually read along. I'm liking this better than just being told what to do. Seems to be making more sense going through it this way. So then we could put in barrels as well, I think he said. Let's do barrels. Where are barrels? Room number 1. So do you guys already have collision? No. So I can just pass through you. So let's go back to where it was telling us here about the barrels. We have done collisions before. Well, God, it seems like a lifetime ago, but when we were doing collisions with that other game that was just splitting our brain in two with how complicated it was, but we're fine. I feel like we're coming full circle though with working out collisions. So customization. Craft the hero's trail by placing coins and barrels in his path. Wait, what happens if I just go through the barrels? Is this already set up? Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Bada. Bada. Okay, cool. Collision. Oh, because collision wouldn't be under the barrels, would it? Collision would be under player. Object player? Oh, OBJ. Oh, God, okay. Using OBJs and O's. So we want collisions. Collision. Oh, it's using the same collision style as the other thing, but it seems to be a bit more simplified. So it's basically go to the original place. Collision X. Yeah, it's slightly different to the other tutorial, but same principle. Okay. So how are you assigning that to the barrel? I don't remember seeing anything in barrel. Barrel big. Has nothing in there, but it does have the collision parent. So that's how it's doing it. So then collision parent is blank, so it must be under layer. So collision with object collision parent. Okay, so that's where it is. Makes sense, he said, hoping for the best. Okay. How much more we got? Because it's nearly 11. Right, what have we got here? What's a variable? We know it's bananas. You've told us. Swing we did, defeating enemies. Do we want a point when we kill an enemy? Do we want an enemy to spawn a coin? Would that make any sense? Would we not collide? We could do that. We could do that. I feel like that's doable. Watch me not do it. So we've got the rare coin. Oh, that's it. Game complete. Done. Publish. Good to go. I'm gonna get a coin to drop when the enemy is destroyed. Actually, no, I'm gonna make them drop rare. I'm gonna make them drop rare coins. So these are rare coins, right? Is there an easy way of like identifying them all? Like remove from room? Remove all from room. Oh, you can highlight stuff. Cool. Delete. Open all event scripts. Oh. So we could do this, right? Go into the room itself. Find the rare coins and then delete these two. Remove, delete. Yay. Sense, logic. Sometimes I has it. So we want to. Do we want to do it the parent or the baddie? We want loot from any enemy. So enemy parent. Destroy instance. Create instance. Can't create an instance. Create an instance? No. Why not? Why can't I do this? Sword attack. What does the event mean? So if I add event destroy, this means when destroyed, do this thing. Is that not correct? So if I did destroy, create instance, rare coin, relative target. Do I want to do anything with targets? I don't think so. You do. Oh, it worked. It worked. Oh my god, and it worked. Oh my god. 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 Also, you know what? Let's just use our knowledge. What could we do? We could have it choose a random object. So choose coin or rare coin for the drop. How do we do this? So choose, but spelt correctly. So option. So option 1 is no. Is O coin. Second option is O rare coin. Target, I'm not sure about this bit. Would it be target assign temporary value coin drop? I don't know. Just do. I'm gonna call it coin drop. So then create instance. Coin drop relative to it's got to spawn it at the sword swing. I could have it offsetted, right? Target, I don't know, does that work? Is that even a thing? Am I just rambling? Scooby-Dooby-Doo, Scooby-Dooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Dooby-Doo, Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Right, sorry, just checking something. So it chose rare coin. Chose rare coin. I didn't see which coin that chose. Right. I think I understand. So, reason being. Wait, no. Am I reading this correctly? So choose between coin or rare coin. And then is it target? Oh, wait, yeah, target it. Not too au fait with the language, but does target mean make the thing that we've just chosen call it coin drop, and then create an instance coin drop, create what you chose at this point in instances, but target then do I need to do anything there? Doo-doo, doo-doo, butter. It works. It works. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I can't believe I did it. I can't believe I did it. Oh, and it works. It's beautiful. It works. It's beautiful. And I did it all by myself. All by my lonesome. Cool. that it? Is there anything else I want to do? I could assign them HP. I'm not going to do that. So we did it, and then continued to understanding Game Maker. I thought there was a different next part. Next part. Next part. This is the same part. Is it not? Wait, have I just gone? Okay, so there's loads of different tutorials. You can't see anything. I can't see anything that way either. So there's loads of different tutorial types. Understanding Game Maker and modifying Hero's Trail. So they're the same. And then you've got interactive level design with chests and gates. That'll be cool. And chests. We learn about conditions. Do we already know about conditions? I don't know. I think I'm done. I think I'm good. It's some minutes past 11. So yeah, thank you ever so much for chilling and killing. It's been a pleasure. This has been one of the longest streams I've done in a very long time, but I've enjoyed it. And if I could just continue forever, I wouldn't, but I could. So yeah, much love. I'll see you when I see you next, whenever that might be. Who knows? And then we'll do more with the playing around in this little game, the Hero's Trail. We learn about boxes and loot boxes. What are we gonna get from the box? Spoiler alert. Or anything in there? You're not just gonna give me something rubbish, are you? Cool. Okay, well that's a much longer tutorial. So yeah, much love. I will catch you later. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.